It's so hot, man. I don't know why it's always so hot. Hot. Always hotter than it is in July, but it's never as hot as it is in April. You know what I mean? April would be hot. April's usually hotter than your mother. That's right. Right, I said it. Observing what's to do. Never me, never you. And deserving what's to do. Remember me, remember you. Undeserving of what's due new. I don't know, man. Chillin'. Eating chicken on a Wednesday. Sparkling thoughts, giving me the hope, giving me the hope to go on. And what I need is a little bit of shelter. How you doing, man? Yeah, it's been a pretty good Thursday so far. Been kind of slow, but we're out here still. Still logged in, getting it on, rubbing it in the skin, you know. It likes it when you rub it on the skin. How y'all doing? Welcome in. Appreciate you hanging out. Yeah, I got a new phone. New phone's coming tomorrow, so there should be an upgrade to the live streams and all that. So just waiting because it's in transit. It's coming. It's in Kentucky right now, so there's a chance it might not even be here tomorrow. But I'm hoping I have it for the Saturday show at least. But yeah, pretty much, man. Just waiting to get that, so I could pretty much just live stream the whole day. Just whatever. Just be driving around, cruising around from here to there, picking up orders, taking them to where they go, getting things collected, you know, making some money for the day. But yeah, we'll take it. We'll take it as it comes, you know, the only way you can. But yeah, it's been a pretty good Thursday so far. It's kind of relaxing, man. Waiting on, you know, somebody will pop up in the chat, you know. So I don't know. This YouTube thing, it gets really buggy at times. So it's like I don't even know if the chat's working until somebody says something in the chat. You know what I mean? But anyway, I assume maybe the audio is probably at least working because people are hanging out for a good second. But anyway, yeah, I've been living in the car since September. It's not too bad. I've been getting used to it, getting through it. It's not hard. But yeah, it's a lot easier than trying to shell out $2,000 a month to live somewhere. Give them all of my time each month. So I don't know. I just don't see what's the point. What's the point of working? You're just giving all your money to someone else. The fucking point of that? Might as well not even be working. Like, right? I don't know, man. I'm chilling. We're getting through it. I appreciate the likes. Appreciate you. Yo, what up, John? How you doing, man? Not much, man. It's a pretty good Thursday. Been able to get some shit done today. Didn't really make any money. It's been slow. It's been slow. So what can I do? Been logged in, but yeah, I've been logged in. I caught one order, and then I just said fuck it. I might as well just go live early. I don't know. But yeah, the new phone will be here tomorrow. So hopefully Friday I'll be able to go live, just like while Uber driving. Because I'll have the whole other second device. I can keep running the Uber orders basically. It's supposed to be here tomorrow. I got a case coming for it and everything. It's supposed to be here tomorrow as well. So I don't know. We'll find out, man. But yeah, pretty good day. Pretty good day. Took care of some shit. Think about going to sleep down by the boat ramp tonight. It's been pretty chilly last 2 nights. I feel like it's gonna warm up, so that's why I should go down to the boat ramp and take advantage of it one more night before it heats back up again. But yeah, I slept good last two. Well, I didn't sleep long, but I slept good the last 2 nights, so it's pretty good. You know what I mean? You get like 5 hours, 5 hours where you slept like really, really good. It's just as good as sleeping for like 8 where you didn't sleep well. You know what I mean? But anyway, man, just take it easy. Hey, y'all, welcome in. Appreciate you stopping, hanging out for a minute. But yeah, I'm just taking a break from the Uber driving for a little bit. Right now, traffic is like the worst. It's the worst right the whole day right now. So I'm just taking about a half hour to not even deal with it. But yeah, appreciate y'all stopping in. That's pretty much it, man. Just been hanging out. Trying to think about going out to go out, like might as well Uber drive in another city or something tomorrow. But I don't know. Kind of waiting for the new phone, just more than anything. Just waiting for the new phone because I know once the new phone gets here, I'll be wanting to Uber drive even more. Look sad. I don't know. Just living, man. LIVIN. You know what I mean? Just taking it, one day at a time. Ain't no way. If you know some way you can put like whole weeks into one day, let me know. Because I'm trying to look for a way maybe I can accelerate through this bitch too. You know what I mean? But yeah, until then, that's about it, man. But yeah, I've been living in the car since September. It's not too bad. Like you get used to it. You know what I mean? After a while, it really don't fucking matter. Basically, it's like I've got a Manhattan apartment that I just bring with me everywhere I go. I take my whole Manhattan size apartment with me anywhere I go. And I would like to upgrade, get a van, and that's coming. But I think it's a smarter investment for me to buy like a half acre of land that I could, it's like a base camp. I could drive my car, park my car on my land, and then it's my land, just like as a base camp each night, you know what I mean? But anyway, I know I just repeated myself pretty hard there. But anyway, yeah, like, and from there, I feel like because the land, the faster I buy the land, I'm locking in today's price. Basically, where if I buy a van, it depreciates in value the whole time. The sooner I buy the land, the better price I'll be able to get on it versus if I wait 5 years down the road or 3 years down the road. Like a year from now, it might roughly be the same price, right? Granted, because things aren't going to move quite that fast. But it's still, like it could be 10,000 this year and it'll be 12,000 the next year. But whereas, so I think buying the land is a good direction to go first, because I could lock in today's price, and then if I have the land for like 10 years, even just 5 years, like I own it for 5 years, I'm living on it basically, and then I end up selling the land, even for the same amount that I paid, and I still got to live on it for the 5 years too. You know what I mean? So I lived on it for free for 5 years, and then sold it for the same price that I paid. Whereas a van, I feel like I can always get a van for about $1,000 down. You know what I mean? One way or another, I'll be able to get financing. If I have $1,000 to put down, I ought to be able to get a vehicle for under 10K. You know what I mean? It might not be the very best thing. It might not be the make and model that I wanted, But I ought to be able to get financing on a vehicle for like 9, 10, something like that, and have $1,000 down to be able to like grease the palm of the dealer that day. But yeah, and then once I have the van, it'll be a little harder to do Uber driving from a van because I'll get like 20 miles a gallon maybe. So I won't really plan on doing it. You know what I mean? I might log into the app and if something spectacular pings through, like I'll log in and not even worry about my acceptance rate. But if they do want to like hit me with some, like $35 something, I'll be like, all right, let's go ahead and fire up old Bessie. We'll get down there and grab it for him. But I could probably do like Walmart orders. The Walmart orders, they pay pretty well because I'd have a whole van where I could probably take like 4 different drop-offs. 3 or 4 different drop-offs with a van wouldn't be a problem. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I know I had like one Walmart order. It was 3 drop-offs that I did from in my car, and then like everything I own is in my car currently because I'm living in my car. So I had a bunch of shit like all up in the front seat. The back seat was loaded with like one customer's order. The trunk had a whole bunch of shit. Granted, I made $50 just to run those 3. Get those 3 to their porch and then take a picture of all the stuff on the porch. And it was $50 real quick. So I mean, it wasn't bad. But I told him like I can't do the WalMarts because of having all my stuff in my car. I don't have room for as big as these Walmart orders could be. Cause some people, they might take advantage of it, and they order like 5 cases of water, a 50-pound dog of, bag of dog food, kitty litter, like let's get 4 gallons of milk, and you know what I mean. They'll take advantage of getting the shit shipped to them. I don't know. But yeah, pretty much I got McDonald's. This one certain McDonald's I have turned off. Not this one here, but I got like this is one McDonald's I just don't even want to fuck with. So that restaurant is completely turned off, and I've got Walmart orders turned off. So then they don't even ping through to affect my acceptance rate either, because I pretty much just told them like I live in my car, I can't really take the Walmart orders. And they're like, oh okay, and then they just turned them off for me. But yeah, it's not too bad, man. Shit, I might just do this indefinitely. I don't know, like I was able to do it and make enough money where I've got half the purchase of the land just since living in my car since September, and now I'm in Ocala, live in Ocala, Florida. But yeah, like I've got like $8,000 stacked up. It was 9, but I had an emergency. I had to dip into it. It was like 1,500, but it was almost 10K to be honest with you. But I had to dip into it, so now it's about $8,000 now. And I need about 15,000 to purchase the land that I'm looking at. But yeah, once I get the 15,000, I'm hoping I could, I'm not trying to spend the whole 15,000. I'm hoping I can just pull out like, I don't know, pull out 12,000 cash. I mean, like, would you take 12,000 cash? I know you want 15 for it, but here's 12,000 cash if you'd be willing to take the cash offer right now today, which they might jump on. And then if they won't, then I do have the other 3,000 where I could just, okay, well then 15,000, not a dime more, and then it's my land. Like I'd have to worry about property taxes at that point, but property taxes on just vacant land wouldn't be that much anyway. You're looking at maybe $1 a day for property taxes. So at the like $400 a year I'd have to pay for property taxes on a vacant half-acre of land. And then that's my rent for the year, basically, is paying the property tax of $400. And then like I said, just camp on it for like 5 years while I'm waiting for Bitcoin. And if nothing happens with Bitcoin, then at least I have land I can use as like leverage down to build on. At least at least the land is bought and paid for, so that should be considered like a down payment to build on. I don't know, but yeah, depends on the lender. Yeah, like if Bitcoin goes the direction I think it's going to, which I kind of need it. I need it to go to like 5 million. Like 1 million's not enough, you know. Um, but I think honestly, if Bitcoin goes to 5 million, that's all I would need. After that, you know, it can go higher if it wants to. But I don't. That's all I need is the 5 million per coin, which is a lot compared to what it is now. But it'll get there. It'll float around between 1 and 10 million for a while. That'll be the tricky part. You know, people will be losing a fuckload of money. It'll go up to 7 and then crash down to 3 and then go back up to 8 and then crash back down to 5, and it'll probably do that. You know, it'll be very flippy floppy. I think between 1 and 10 mil, and then once it gets over 10 mil, like a good ways, gets to the point where it's like 22 mil per coin, it'll just be a slow climb all the way up to 100 million per coin, and then 100 million per coin, it'll probably crash again, and then we'll just watch it basically go from there all the way up to a billion per coin. But yeah, and then everybody that's not in it, they'll just continue to just watch it get bigger and bigger and bigger, and wonder what the fuck it even actually is. It's funny. And if it doesn't play out, then like I've only lost a couple more years of my life anyway. It doesn't really matter to me. Seems to matter to everybody else more than it matters to me. But yeah, I don't know, man. But yeah, chilling, man. 9 viewers, hell yeah. I appreciate y'all, man. Yeah, it's a new channel. Still trying to get it up off the ground, fighting the algorithm to even get my face out there. I can literally see it on the analytics that it gives me back. I can literally see that YouTube is not like recommending my video to new viewers. A lot of the views that I'm getting is through like vertical live feed. The people that have come, the people that are my subscribers come and watch, and then I get some new viewers from going in the vertical live feed. You know what I mean? But other than that, YouTube does not like to. Doesn't matter what video I make, they don't recommend it out to new audience members. They just only want to put it in the feed of the people that already are subscribed. You know what I mean? So I think part of it is YouTube tries to they hit the brakes on your channel basically. I think if they think your channel's growing too fast, they'll hit like literally. I think, I don't know for sure, but that's what it feels like, dude. Because I don't know, that one Bitcoin video I made, I knew it was going to hit 1,000 views just because I could tell by it. I didn't have to put that much time into it, and I was just like, this is going to be a video that makes over 1,000 views. But sure enough, it made it to 1,000, and that's it. And then I can look at the analytics and I see that 880 of those views were from recommendations. It was giving it to somebody that's never seen me before. You know what I mean? But I knew that was going to happen because Bitcoin being the hashtag, and then Bitcoin being the title subject. Like, I knew it was going to hit a different crowd from my normal videos, because it was just going to have to. But I don't know, it's crazy to see stuff like that, where, because like, since videos that I've made since then, YouTube isn't recommending past. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Yeah, I think it is what it is. If your channel's growing too fast, I feel like that's what it is. I don't know for sure, but they'll be like, "Oh no, you've got 26 new subscribers in the last week. We're not going to show your shit to anybody." It's like, and I know I curse a lot, but I try to be real. I try to be real to the point where I don't pause to try to filter those words out. I just say them like that they're flowing through my mind. I try to throw it off the tip of my tongue as fast as it's coming through my mind. But yeah, I would rather find an audience that's more or less okay with somebody that's got a problem using. But anyway, man. Some people are cool enough, they hang out. Some people, they trickle in and out. For the most part, I haven't been hitting as many trolls as I thought I would, which is surprising me. I pretty much just have like this one troll, but he's got like 30 different accounts apparently. At least that's the way it's said. It could be more than one troll, but they all have like a similar flow to like the, I don't know, how to type and everything. Yeah. I mean, there's a niche for like car camping videos and van life videos right now that like all of that's taken off. Like that's what I was watching before I actually ended up in my car, was like a lot of like, how to survive the heat, Slab City basically. If you know anything about Slab City, I don't really want to live out there. I might go out there to check it out. I might spend a month or so out there, but I wouldn't want to, try to live there for like 5, 10 years or nothing. You know what I mean? It'd be too dangerous to want to hang out like that. Um, but yeah, like there's a big niche for like homeless type videos, like raw videos. But anyway, man. And the cool thing is like if because of Bitcoin, there'll be a pretty good story too. You know what I mean? Like if Bitcoin does turn out into something, the fact that I'm a Bitcoiner now, you know what I mean? I don't know. Who knows where this channel could go ultimately, depending on where Bitcoin goes, basically. I'm like 98% leveraged in Bitcoin. I got my company, the company that I'm building, is 98% leveraged in Bitcoin. And the other 2% is Dogecoin, Shiba Inu, Pepe. But yeah, it's like even camping with Steve, basically, man. If you think about it, he's just making videos of him being homeless in different places. That's all camping really is. It's like living like you're homeless for a couple days. Let's go play homeless for a week. Which would actually be a pretty good vacation. Like, we're going on vacation. Where are you going? Oh, we're gonna go pitch a tent. We're gonna go find some vacant land with a bunch of woods on it that doesn't have a fence around it, no vacant, no trespassing sign, and we're just gonna go pitch a tent on the property somewhere. But yeah, speaking of, I found a couple places. I was like, oh man, I could probably just hop in those woods right there. Just the only thing is like I'm always worried like where do I park my car though? Like I see plenty of places I could camp. I could at least one night just like set up at sunset and then be gone at 7, pack your shit back up and go in the morning. Um, but the only thing is I'm always worried about, well, where do I park my car though? Because people are gonna this car is gonna be out of place anywhere near. You know. So I'd just rather just stay in the car. At least I can keep an eye on the car better, like in the car, versus like if I'm like 100 meters away from the car, like in the woods, and something happens to the car, I might not even know. But yeah, appreciate y'all hanging out. Appreciate the likes. But yeah. No, yeah, the channel, it'll get off, man. It'll go somewhere. Especially with the new phone upgrade, it'll definitely help it out a lot. And granted, there'll be a lot of time where I'm sitting here, we're just chilling, doing nothing, because it's a quiet town. There's not going to be orders pinging, like nonstop. Not going to be nonstop with orders pinging. I'm constantly driving somewhere. It's going to be a lot of just like stopping and chilling, but at least I can be active on the app at the same time while I'm, on here, just streaming whatever's going on. Oh, 28 viewers, hell yeah, man, appreciate y'all. If you're new to the channel, man, I've been living in the car since September, trying to do what I can, trying to improve my situation day by day, little bit by little bit, because it is kind of exhausting being homeless. It's more than you would think. It's not necessarily that homeless people are lazy, because it's kind of but it's put yourself in their shoes. It's exhausting just getting through a day of homelessness and a week of homelessness and a month of homelessness and year of homelessness. It's exhausting. It takes a huge mental toll on you, physical toll on you. It's yeah. But if you haven't experienced it, then God bless you. I don't pray it on anybody, but we were ultimately homeless before we started building houses. So it's just more your like natural survival instincts kind of kick in more than anything. Like you do still need money because we live in like a consumer based economy. You're not just like trapping squirrel and eating squirrel. But yeah, I don't know. It's like people like helping a homeless person that is helping themselves too as well. You don't want to just like help some meth head on the street, but if you see somebody that like ended up on the street because of hard times, you don't mind helping them because they're trying to help themselves get back up and out of the situation as well. You know what I mean? So it's more or less people that I'm trying to find, people that would be willing to subscribe and even just ignore the videos. You don't even have to watch, just subscribe to be another person that's subscribed. But if you do find yourself bored, one of my videos pop up and just click on it. You don't even have to zone out. Just zone out and do something else. So it's pretty much, I don't know. But yeah, the view time's been going up like crazy. The last 28 days alone, my view time has doubled on this channel. Like all the view time ever since like October, me starting making videos, and now, but it's a slow start too. You know what I mean? But yeah, the last 28 days has been like almost 500 hours of view time in the last 28 days. Yeah. But yeah, I'm not really interested in like I'd be lying if I said I was interested in the money or wasn't interested in the money, like because it's kind of I'm trying to create like this into another job, another stream of revenue somehow or another, and I feel like I do have a pretty good story, for people that are wanting to tune in 5 years from now, 10 years from now, if YouTube is even still a thing in 10 years, I'll still be posting videos and there'll be natural progression just from living life, I don't know. I have haters already to some extent. Some people come in here and they want to give me shit about being homeless, but it's like the way I feel like anybody that's renting a house is still technically homeless. Like in the month that you can't make that rent payment, you're gonna have to like figure out things with your landlord. From 2-3 months without being able to make that rent payment, you are homeless again. Like you're on a very thin rope from being homeless as a renter anyway. And then my credit's not terrible, but it's not good either. You know what I mean? If I feel like if I get a decent enough down payment, there's no reason to rent. There's no reason to rent because I just need to look for less. I don't need to buy a $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 house. So I'm looking for more about a house that's like 75,000. So like $75,000 house, something that's old, something that needs a little bit of work. Something that's doesn't need a whole lot of land. Really, the less land I have to take care of and manicure, the better. But yeah, for like 75K, can I get into something and then hopefully be able to make like $1,000 a month as a payment, and then have it paid off in like 8 years. 9 maybe 10 years, have the property paid off because it was a $75,000 property, not a $300,000 property. You know what I mean? But yeah, for now, I just want to buy vacant land outright. Just buy the land. I can go through my bank. I need at least 40 or 50% down to go through my bank and get the loan on the other half. But to do that, you have to have intent to build. They give you like 12 or 18 months max that you have to start building on that land if they give you money to buy it. So it's better for me just to get the whole 100% and then purchase it outright, because then I could, it's like, oh, it's an investment. I plan on keeping it in my pocket for like the next 10 years. That's all I have to say. And then just park my car, and then I take a nap in the back of my car, on that property. But if the police ever show up, you got enough paperwork, or you can show them to whatever website that they need to, that you can verify that like this is my property. Like I'm in my own car that I have the registration for as well, and I'm on my own private property taking a nap in the back seat. Like there's really nothing. You're not doing anything illegal at that point. Um, but if you have like a whole campground set up, then yeah, But if you just drive your car like onto your property and then just sleep in your car, you know. And I'm wondering about how long I can get away with doing that. Basically, while the price of land, me purchasing the $15,000 piece of land in Florida, 10 years from now, it could be a $50,000 piece of property, and it's just raw land. I didn't even do anything with it, you know. But like it might not inflate that much, but I think in another 10 years time, the real estate's going to double where it is now. I think it's at least going to double from where it is now, the whole state of Florida, because it's not up to par with, like you look at like Long Beach, New York. I feel like Florida should be priced a little bit more like that, which is, it's fucked up because I can't afford that, But yeah, there's some houses here that they'll sell for 300,000 that, if it was in another state, it would sell for like 700 or 800,000. I don't know how it sells for that much money. I don't know how there's people that are making that much money or they can spend that much on housing. Because remember, housing is only supposed to be like 40 or 50% of your income anyway. Housing's not supposed to be 90% of your check, So I don't know. That's the other problem I'm having. Like, people come and squawk at me about, oh, you should go find a place to rent. It's like, that's dumb. That's stupid. Like, because it's where I'm at, it's like $1,400 a month. If I want my Netflix subscription and I want my Wi-Fi on, I want to have the AC running, and someplace that's cheap would still be $800, and that's gonna end up being like probably 1,200, 1,400 a month to rent somewhere, pay for it by myself, and then where I'm working, even if I was to get some decent hours out of them, I think I'd only be making like $2,000 a month. So I'd be making $2,000 a month, and then 1,400 would go straight to housing, and then X amount would have to go to the car to be able to keep going to work. And then it's like, well, how do I eat? Like, do I really just eat on like $10 a week? No, see, like I don't. If I'm paying $7, $8, $9,000 a month to live somewhere, I want to be paying it into my own equity or my own asset. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't mind. I don't mind paying $1,000 a month if it was for like my house or my property. Like if I it was I got like a 3-acre piece of property and they wanted me to pay $1,000 a month. Like, but to pay that much to rent, it doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know why anybody does it. Even that still sounds absurd to me. That's $700 a month. But I mean, if it's like a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, then yeah, okay, maybe that's feasible. But still, like, I don't know. I'd rather not try to tackle that by myself either. But if for the same $700 a month, I could be buying a cheap trailer on like 1/8 of an acre, that'd be the better option for me, because I mean, even if it's a piece of shit, like 10 years down the road, it's going to be worth what I put into it minimum. As the dollar depreciates in value more, I don't think it's really going to go down in value. An old junky trailer. I don't know, because I don't really need to live anywhere too extravagant either. I just need a place where it's legal for me to sleep. As long as it's legal for me to sleep there, basically, is what I'm after. You know, as long as I'm legally allowed to be, I don't have to. Which is crazy. It's everywhere has like some kind of restriction on it, like where they basically made it illegal to sleep in public to a certain extent. I don't know. But yeah, all included, 2 bedroom, internet and everything. Yeah, that's not bad for 700. But I don't know, man. Like I said, it's a personal preference thing, and then since I'm by myself, I feel like I'm strong enough to just kind of keep pushing it out in the car, because a month just flies by anyway. You know, just you like blink twice and the month is already, it's like it's already the 30th and your bills are already due again. You know, especially when you get paid bi-weekly. But yeah, like pretty much, like if I'm going to work, I would rather the money I'm making be for myself. Not necessarily that I'm trying to spend it on eating out, or $50 plate of food somewhere. But if I can put it in my back pocket for myself later, I don't know. But I've been doing pretty good on that logic. Basically, like fighting everybody when they say that, and then telling them no. I've saved 9 grand hanging out in the car since now in September, and then I only need like 15K to be able to buy the land that I'm looking at. So I'm about halfway there. Is the way that I see it. So if I just keep growing, doing my thing for the other half of the year, between now and September, hopefully between now and like January, I'll have the other half stacked up, and then I'll have my base camp like I'm wanting. And then yeah, once I have the base camp, then make another 1,000 real quick, and then get the van. You know, yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Like I figured, the Native American Seminoles that were here before us, like they pretty much lived in lean-tos. You know what I mean? They were living just fine before we took over, basically. Like, it might be a little bit hot, but it's not. I don't know. Just find water. Stand a little bit closer to water if it gets hot. Because I've already got ideas for that. I can just go jump in at the river, like 2 different spots. I could just go pull my car off the road, just go jump in the river real quick, just quick dunk, and then get back in the car. I got this one camp spot I got. Like I can go jump in the river from there at the camp spot, and then I can go down to the boat ramp. I jump in the river from the boat ramp. Just you jump in the river real quick at like 1 o'clock, and it'll cool you off for the rest of the day. You know. Gotcha. Yeah, you're fine. But yeah, appreciate the new subscribe any day. It all helps. It's like if you've ever given a homeless man $1, you could subscribe for free and just ignore my videos. I think I will have a pretty good story. Like 10 years from now, I might be like hopping from country to country, filming in different countries and stuff, making a different video every week. I might not necessarily be in a different country every week, But like maybe once every 90 days. That's what I'm hoping. Like 60 or 90 days in each country, and then just go to another country, hang out for a little bit. That's the plan. But yeah, I don't know. Like in the same time, if I'd have been living somewhere, I would have just put that $1,000 a month like right into somebody else's hand. And the difference between the two, I'm honestly happier in the car versus being if I had an apartment and didn't have 9 grand in savings, you know, I'm like, well, damn, I wish I could went back and I would have been like just like live in the car and be saving money. Because I've already been there and done that. I already know how that feels. Not even making enough money where you can, not even making enough money where you can worry about saving money at all. If you make, your check was like 20 or 30 bucks higher, it's another meal. You get to eat a little bit better that week. It's not really even enough to worry about saving. But yeah, almost 20 likes. Hell yeah. Thank y'all. Thank y'all very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, all inclusive, 700 a month. That doesn't sound bad. Like you figure anything less than 8, that's 200 a week. 800 a month would be 200 a week, and then you're talking with Wi-Fi, electric, and yeah, it doesn't sound like it's a bad deal. Like less than 200 a week. You have the lights on, Wi-Fi, water. You know what I mean? Washer and dryer too. Yeah, less than 200 a week. That's a deal. Like anywhere in this country right now. Yeah, waiting for Brad, man. Whenever Brad's gonna get in, he'll be here shortly, I bet. DoorDash stablecoin payments. DoorDash is launching stablecoin payouts for its global merchants and delivery workers globally. Huh. Global stablecoin payment from DoorDash. That's a pretty big move for crypto. That's pretty big. Hmm. I feel like it is at least. Got a little bit left. A little bit. I have to go get some more Four Loco here in a minute. I'm just playing. I'm wanting to do that now. That's what this one guy was saying. He had like a big gulp, a big gulp cup, but he actually had a Four Loco in it. He's like, I got it like this, so that way the cops don't know. The cops don't know you're drinking. You got a Four Loco in here. But if you open it up, you just tell them, oh yeah, I got a fruit punch. I got a fruit punch from the fountain machine. It's kind of like on Always Sunny in Philadelphia, where he put the he was putting wine in the Diet Coke can. So he's just drinking. Looks like he's just drinking a can of Diet Coke everywhere he's going. He's drinking a can of Diet Coke. His lips are all stained red and shit. Yeah, pretty good day. Another slow day. But I don't know. I'd rather have a slow day because ultimately I want the car to last longer. The longer the car will last me, the better off I'll be. Like I don't need to make, I'm not necessarily worried about making X amount of money per day. Like I got a certain, it's a certain goal that I have to reach each and every day to be able to make ends meet. I'm more worried about the car lasting as long as possible because each month that the car lasts, it's another month where I save $1,000 versus having to be able to like pay to live anywhere else. So I don't know. If the car keeps going, even once I get to the point where the car is like stationary, I might could still live in it for like another 2 months before we get rid of it. Just get it to the parking lot of my job, and then be hitting up my GM for as many hours as I could get at that point. And then my car would just stay in the parking lot of my job for like 2 months until they finally realize, oh, if the car it doesn't even. But my boss man, he's already said that's okay for me to do. Like I was doing that for a little while because he works me like Saturday and Sunday, and I figured I'd just camp out, in the parking lot Saturday night. Um, but the only thing is, there's like a lot of homeless off that highway and everything. So I'm like inviting them to pop up to my car door, or this, that, the other. So I'd just rather kind of keep my distance. I go like, a good 5 miles off of the major highway. So that way, it's a good long distance to have to ride a bike if you were wanting to ride a bike that far. You know what I mean? Pretty much don't let people know where I'm sleeping until afterward. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's not too bad, man. But yeah, there's this one dude, like I said, I don't know, for some reason he wants to kill me. I don't know what it is, dude. I don't know what it is. I try to keep my distance from him, and like every time I'm anywhere near him, he's like watching every move I make. And I don't know, man. I don't know what it is. Like I said, honestly, I just try to keep my distance from him because, yeah, basically I don't even go to that fucking Circle K anymore that he hangs out at. It's crazy they don't call the police. There's like constantly like 3 or 4 homeless people hanging out at that Circle K. It's got to be affecting their business. I don't know how they don't call the police. Like, can y'all chase them down the road somewhere else or something? Like, I don't know. Because me, like, if I owned a gas station, or if I was like general manager of a gas station, or even like the assistant manager, I wouldn't want a bunch of fucking homeless tweakers hanging out in front of the store. Oh, there he is. Looking bloke ass motherfucker. But yeah, like same shit, different day, man. You know it, man. Shit doesn't move very fast day to day. Like even if you are being progressive, you can be as progressive as you want. But if you look at how much you're doing day to day, you know what I mean? You have to like zoom out, look at it more on like a longer horizon, how far you've come. Like I don't know. Could ultimately could be purchasing my second piece of property now. That's probably ultimately what it's gonna be. Probably gonna have to get my teeth pulled here shortly. I can feel them. I can feel them. They ache. They ache so bad. Like they're probably gonna need to get pulled. But yeah, man, I couldn't believe Drew Carey was in the Royal Rumble. That was hilarious. Like 25 years ago, Drew Carey was in the Royal Rumble. Oh well, he tried. Nah, he didn't even get it, man. But I appreciate y'all hanging out, man. It's always good. It's always good, man. Ain't nothing wrong with living. You know, don't let anybody tell you any otherwise. It's funny, man. It's like crazy. Like you think about all the people that worked on the railroad, right? All the people worked on the railroad, what the railroad became, and then all the people that work on the internet. There's like, there's even more people that work on the internet, whether through a business or because you're a content creator, social media, this, that, the other. You're an editor, you're manager, managing team, or you're advertising. There's so many people that work on the internet. It's like the internet is the new railroad, basically. Or I'm not saying that the right way, but it's crazy when you think about how many people worked on the railroad, building the railroad into what it is. And then now most of the stuff they just put in the back of a semi. It's like, I don't know where I'm at. There's all kinds of train tracks going everywhere, but instead of having these trains run on these train tracks, they've got semis going everywhere in between. It's just funny. But yeah, it's like nowadays, like in a way, the internet's like become the new railroad. Like so many people work on the internet or work with the internet or work because of the internet, or their work's gotten easier because of the internet, or they can find customers. You find customers better through the internet than you ever have through the white and yellow pages. You know, the accessibility is different. It's crazy. I mean, it'd be crazy like 200, 300 years from now. They'll be looking back kind of like and be like, man, that many people used to work on the internet, or something like that. How many people lost their lives working on the internet? Hey Alexa, how many people died while live streaming? I have no number for that particular topic. I have no data on this topic. I don't know. Yeah, it's a pretty good day, man. We're chilling out, relaxing, maxing out. I'm gonna be shooting some b-ball after school. doing our thing. Yeah, man, I can't shoot. Right, I'll be honest, like I can't shoot, but I can dribble like a motherfucker, dude. You'd be surprised how well I can fucking dribble a ball. What's up, Arkansas? How you doing, man? I could dribble a ball like you wouldn't believe because looking at me, you wouldn't believe. But yeah, you put a basketball in my hand, fucking, man, it don't even look like it's me dribbling it. That's basically what I'm saying. You wouldn't believe it. I can like I can do a crab walk, do like a crab walk and while dribbling the basketball and shit, like, and then stand back up, still dribbling the basketball, and throw the basketball, bounce it off the fucking backboard back to myself, and then dribble it. Yeah, dribble it. You know what I'm saying? I could fucking dribble like a motherfucker. I don't know why. But, yeah, man, pretty good day. New phone's coming tomorrow, so happy about that. Hopefully, it'll be a better picture in low light. It should just be a better picture because I think this camera on here, that's like a 12 megapixel camera. This new phone's supposed to have a 50 megapixel camera, so it just flat out should just be a better. Hopefully the performance is actually better as well on both ends from the phone and myself. But usually, like I try to save my energy for the Saturday show. You already know. The Saturday show is where it's at. That's where I be getting loud. You got to turn me down, you know. Pretty much, all the other shows it's just advertisement for the Saturday show. Like this last Saturday, man, we had I want to say there was like 17 people that were hanging out watching, pretty much, like, because for me telling everybody to show up on Saturday, if you're here now, show up Saturday, you know. But yeah, Saturday we had like 17 people all hanging out, chilling. I was sitting there just taking shots. Finished off that bottle of coconut rum. I'll have to buy another bottle of coconut rum because it wasn't bad, man. I don't like I said I don't think they've inflated the price on that bottle or something like that because it seemed cheap for $10 versus what you get nowadays. Hell, even the bottle of Jaeger was only 50. So I was surprised at that. $50 bottle of Jaeger. That's like, man, I remember it being that price back in 2011. That's why I was like surprised. That'll do. All right, we're gonna have to run up to the store. Uh-oh. All right. Watch this one. Watch this one. Power windows. I think they invented them in like the late 80s or something like that. I don't know. Like Alexa, when did power windows and locks come out in cars? She never answers me. Yep. Going down south, I'm gonna have myself a time. Fucking Butt Cheeks Avenue. Who the hell's fucking Butt Cheeks? I don't think I'm hungry. I don't think so. I should be good. I ate for the day. Pretty much. Speed limit's 40. Watch out now. Speed limit's 40. Now speed limit's 45. Watch out now. Speed limit's 45. And this guy, he's still going 30. Yep. It'll be another mile before we actually get up to 50. Watch. You'll see it right here in a second. Look, hang on, coming up. 55 mile an hour speed limit sign right here, right? $55 mile an hour speed limit. It'll take us another mile before we actually get up to 55. I don't know why. What up, boys? How you doing? Yeah, I went live early. I said, fuck it. Uber wasn't really hitting today, so. But yeah, the new phone's coming tomorrow. So I figure I'll have plenty of opportunity to Uber more. Now, with the second phone coming and shit. Hey, yeah, we got a bunch of people in here right now. Do me a favor if you haven't already, man. Just please help me out. I'm seriously asking. Double tap the screen for me. It'll throw up another like on the board there. It'll help new people help new people find the channel and everything. Yellow light, yeah, like I'm about to stop. But yeah, it'll help new people filter through and stuff like that, and help kind of recommend it to more of an audience and stuff. Trying to help the channel grow. You gotta pour water on it, right? Not light it on fire. Anyway, current temperature is 77 degrees. Got the cruise control locked in at 54 miles an hour. Heading on up to the crank station, gonna get myself some refuel. Bring it on down to Almaville. Why did that truck just do? Y'all see what that truck just did? He pulled up to that stop sign. He looked right at me in the car, right at me in the car that's in front of me. Looked right at both of us, and then just pulled out in front of us anyway. Like, motherfucker. How you doing, Honda and Brad? Appreciate you stopping in. One time, come on. Two times, come on. Three times, come on. Four times, come on. Five times, come on. Six times, come on. Seven times, come on. Eight times, come on. I don't know. Bring it on down to Almaville. Get it on down in Albertville. Gotta make this green light. Made it. All right. Doing good. The Soul Harbor. Almost there. Another little bit. I'm almost there. The sun looks really good today, though. Stupid phone. There we go. I had Orr's final account came and made an appearance already, so we're good. He's already been banned for the final time on this. He might have a couple more that show up on the Discord or whatever, but we'll deal with them. We'll laugh at them as they come. Yeah, I don't know, man. If you like camping, you want to get paid, you can get paid. You get paid to camp. You might as well join the army. If you like camping enough where you could do it for work, I think joining the army would be about the closest thing you can get. It's probably a good spot right here. Woo! Get over here. Alright. Let's do it. Copyright, 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 copyright. So got the audio back. Audio's working. I'm gonna assume so until somebody tells me not. Oh. 45 more hours. 45 more hours. We're gonna get through the week. Sooner or later, we're gonna get through this bitch. Swing, batter, swing, batter, swing, batter, swing. Mirror check, mirror check. Nobody walking. Backing up, backing up, backing up, backing up, backing up, backing up. Bam. Anyway, yeah, pretty good Thursday so far. Pretty good, pretty good. Oh, he's trying to turn. I'm gonna try and get in front of him. Winner, loser. Was that the guy? I think that was the guy. The people that they live in that house, the people that used to live in that house, they used to have this badass Jeep, like an old Jeep Cherokee type Jeep, not like a Jeep Wrangler. But yeah, it was a badass Jeep. It's an old badass Jeep. I don't even know if it's the same people living there anymore, because it was like 15, 20 years ago. Could be the same people. Almost there. Yeah. But now, yeah, like, fuck that guy, bro. Like, honestly, like, I don't know. Channel's about to take off, too, man. That's the crazy part. Because I'm looking at the analytics side, the analytics side of things, and thank y'all a bunch, man, because, like, the last 28 days, there's been like 500 hours of view time in the last 28 days. And it, if it goes at that rate, you know what I mean? It takes about 6 months, basically. 6 months of that view time, even just that. That'll be enough to break the threshold into monetization. So, it's already in decent shape. In the last 90 days, there's been 1,000 hours watched. But yeah, in the last 28 days specifically, there's been like almost 500. Like less than 10 hours away from 500 hours viewed in the last 28 days. So thank y'all. I appreciate that, man. Because I know that's not just me. You know what I mean? That's not just me rewatching. So, but thank y'all, man. But I know, like, even that video I made today and put out today, I know it was just a cheesy little bullshit video, right? But it took me like 11 minutes to make it. And and then maybe like another 11 minutes to post it. You know what I mean? And then it's already gotten like 4 hours of view time. You know, so probably more than that at this point. It's actually doing pretty good. It's surprising. It's doing better than the normal for my channel, because it shows me like, you know, like the usual, you know, and it does like a little like a line, it's like a line bar graph, kind of like a, I guess like a chart, like a stock chart. You see it going up and down, right? Like, you know, like that kind of line graph. But it'll show like the typical, where my normal range, like my normal range where the videos are, and how much better this particular video is doing against them. So not bad for a video that, you know, that I posted like 6 hours ago or so. It's doing really well. Long story short. But yeah, I tried to tag it differently and everything too. So it might, there's a chance it might get sent out to a different group, different audience and stuff. Oh yeah, that's probably a good spot. Oh man, it was a good spot. Yeah, it was like higher elevated and stuff too. I'm gonna turn around. Right back up there. Oh. But yeah, I think honestly, next thing's next, man. If I got like a random expense that pops up, it'll probably be a tire, and then my battery. My battery will probably be, but you know, the battery's only going to cost like 2 tires basically. So yeah, I might as well just go ahead and replace 2 tires. You know, it'll cost me the same. It'll be the same. You know, I don't know. But the battery's getting old. Surprised it's doing as well as it's been for as old as it is. It's about a 5-year-old battery now. It's crazy. It's still kicking though, but I can feel it getting weaker. Like I can watch it getting weaker basically overnight and stuff as I'm using it. I gotta hit the bathroom real quick. What's up, Phaser? What's up, man? All right, I'll take a little walk with y'all if you want. Pretty much, this is why I stopped here, because I saw how much elevation there is. The camera's not really doing it justice, but where I'm at like the top of the hill, kind of sort of where I pulled off. So the signal should be a little bit better, being that like that much higher in elevation. And if I don't know if you can see way off past the tree line, they're doing like construction way over there, like way out there. Got construction going on because they got a bunch of heavy equipment, cranes. There's a bunch of cranes over there. Basically, there's like 5 cranes over there. I don't know. But yeah, pretty much this is like what the land looks like out here too. Like this would be better. But it almost, there's like not enough cover though either. Like if I were to go, if I were to go into the land and try to pitch a tent somewhere, there's almost not enough natural cover where it would be hidden. I don't know, man. But yeah. All right, so they got a sign here. So if you need to pass, make sure you're either by yourself or in a group of 2, because there's no trespassing. The hell was that? No trespassing. So you can't be in a group of 3 and decide you're gonna cut through this land. Just letting y'all know. But yeah, I've been seeing deer out here too recently. It's crazy. I don't know if it's just like one deer. I keep seeing the same deer. It's funny how deer is plural. Deer is plural and singular. Yeah. I don't think it was a bear. It kind of did sound like a black bear or something. Like it had a weird sound to it. Whatever it was. It could have been probably more likely a boar. A wild pig. They're like indigenous to Florida. I just heard it again. But that time, yeah, it definitely sounded like a boar, and it sounded like it was getting further away, going the other way from me. Now he's gone. But anyway, this road's pretty steep. Like on camera, it doesn't show like how steep this road actually is. It's like I don't know how to show you. Pretty freaking steep. I don't know. But I'm already coming down the steepness of it. Like it's steeper. Like where that sign is probably like the steepest point of it. But yeah, imagine having like a longboard, just fucking cruising down the street, and then the stop sign at the end, just like bam. The road just ends, like right at the point you have the most momentum. At the very bottom of the hill, the road ends. But yeah, look at this tree, man. That's a beautiful tree. Like imagine buying this land, and then you would throw your driveway, like throw your driveway like right next to this tree, either on the left or the right of it. You'd have to either get rid of that tree there or that tree there. But yeah, you bulldoze that, get rid of that pine tree, keep the palm tree, clean it up a little bit. Like there's landscapers that they would dress it up, it'd make it look way better. And then just put like a driveway right next to it. Go into your house, whatever. But yeah, there's like some people, man. You get a palm tree imported. You don't like put on like as like, you pay a landscaper to put a palm tree on your property. That could be a fucking $50,000 tree for all I know. I don't know enough about like arboriture or whatever the word is. I don't know enough about arbor or yeah. But that that's probably at least a $20,000 palm tree. Like especially if it was cleaned up and all the brush underneath and around it was all kind of cleaned up. But especially if you're gonna import it, that mature a tree and everything too, like already that big. That's expensive. But then it's already on your property. Like for the price of the land, you've got the for the price of the tree, you got the land for free basically, or one way or the other, back and forth. It's like it's already on the property naturally, and it's kind of weird that there's a palm tree like with the land with the land elevating like it is, because usually palm trees they're more like marsh. You need more like a marsh area, like I don't know, like lower ground, spongier ground. But this is like the palm tree growing at the top of the hill, basically. It's weird. And then there's another one growing over here. But this one's a little like that one. I don't know. I don't even know if that's even a palm tree. It's probably I forget what they call it. I don't know. I forget what they call it. But like Florida's like covered with shit like that. You'd be doing land clearing, and it's all just like pine trees and then that shit. And eventually you do some land clearing and then find an old car, like an ancient currency written on it and stuff. Oh, yeah, the sky looks pretty good today too. Na si buanya si mama. Look a lion! Oh my god! Oh my god! Look a lion! A big lion! Oh my god! Oh my god! That's like the actual translation of that song, if you didn't know. Look a lion! Oh my god! Morning. What? Yep. Tomorrow's Thursday. Should be $100 day tomorrow. I need it. I need it to be $100 day tomorrow. I did one order today for 1050, and then I just decided it was slow. Like I decided it was slow and went live instead. Which I don't know, because I know when the new phone gets here, I'll be able to go live and still run orders. So it's I was like, it's like it's one more night off kind of thing, whatever. Not like it matters anyway. Like it's actually probably better if I'm not on the road tonight. You know what I mean? Bigger picture, probably better if I'm not on the road tonight. People won't have to worry. you know, I'm like thirsty, man. I keep putting it back down. I need three hands. I wish we still had tails, or if we did have if we ever had tails, would be nice. Because if imagine like you're carrying a bunch of groceries, both your hands are full. You know what I mean? But then you could use your tail to like open, like your tail could twist doorknobs and shit. Your tail could open the door on the refrigerator. Your tail could pull open the car door. Your tail could hold open a door. It's a bunch of shit you could. I don't have a tail, so I can't really think of everything right now. But you know what I mean? There's a bunch of shit we could probably do if we still had a tail. It'd be very handy. It'd be like having a really 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 long finger. uh, People would be probably trying to like like people arm wrestle. You want to arm wrestle, right? They'd probably be doing that with their tails. Like people trying to strangle each other with their tails. Try to like because it'd be your tail. It wouldn't be you wouldn't really. It'd take a lot to strangle somebody with your tail. But it'd be like a test of strength. Two guys with their tails wrapped around each other's neck, and like you trying to squeeze, wrap the tail around their neck to like they're having like like an arm wrestling contest, but with their tails, trying to choke each other out. And first person to give up, they're like, yeah, my tail's stronger. We totally would. We totally be doing shit like that. Like shit, we used to make chickens fight. And, we still be watching chickens fight each other. Yeah, there'd be like a special pocket your tail would slip through or something. Like underneath the belt loop in the back, like a belt loop in the back. There'd also be a little pocket where your tail comes out. Like your belt would sit like on top of your tail. Your tail would hold your belt up. Yeah, hell yeah, Fred. I worked hard for that, man. I did, honestly. I worked pretty hard. Like at first I just had a bunch of likes, man. I had a bunch of likes, and then so there was a bunch of crowd that kept coming and going. At one point, I think I had 28 viewers at one point, which that's like the most ever so far. 28 concurrent viewers. Um, and then a couple of them ended up liking before they left. Um, one person, one chick, like female viewer even. Um, she was like, "Oh man, I gotta go. I got a Zoom call. I'm already late for." But she might be back once that Zoom call's over. Pretty much the way it sounded. They're probably looking forward to getting out of that Zoom call to come back into the chat and hang out for a minute. But that'll probably be another hour from now before their call's over. What the fuck was that? But no, I've been seeing deer out here. Which is it's just crazy because this is like residential. I don't know how the deer got into this neighborhood. Now that the deer's in this neighborhood, it's probably gonna be stuck here because every direction it goes, it's gonna run into a person and get spooked and then be turned around the other direction. It's gonna be stuck in this neighborhood until it dies, basically. It's a kangaroo. It's a wild kangaroo. I bet if they brought kangaroos to Florida, they would probably do pretty well. Did y'all hear it that time? That was loud. Uh, I can only hang for a little while. Would you be allowed to shoot deer as in hunting? If you got a license, you have to get a tag for them and everything too. Um, I think like if you have to get a deer tag. You have to not only have a hunting license, but you have to get a deer tag too. Or maybe you can get one like after you've killed it, but you have a certain amount of hours that you have to get a tag for it. Because you don't, like you could spend like $90 on the deer tag, and then you didn't even actually hit a deer. So I think they have an option where you have like 48 hours from after you did hit the deer, you have to submit to get your tag. You know, just they kind of keep a count on it. You know what I mean? They try to keep a count and keep like they don't want to lose the species either. But if deer go by uncontrolled, they'll quickly become like a nuisance animal, be getting into people's trash and stuff, and you know what I mean? Because I don't know, if they gestated better, but yeah, because they don't have like litters when they breed, and when the offspring come, it's like one or two. They don't have like a whole litter of 8 deer, you know. So yeah, I don't know, man. Signal should be pretty good though, because like I said, I'm out here on top of like the ridge and everything, so the signal should be pretty good. Like there's still some tree cover, but I should be up higher than a lot of the trees versus another 50 feet lower in sea level, whatever. VTO, what we got? Deer hunting season verified zone. Archery starting August 2nd in Zone A general. Gun season running through September, January in different regions. Hell yeah. Yeah, I used to be the VTO champ. When I was working at Amazon, I even had a shirt. Had a shirt that said VTO champ. Voluntary time off is what VTO meant at Amazon. If you ever work at Amazon, they'll offer a VTO. If you want to go to VTO, you want to go home early, we'll go around the warehouse and try to cut half the warehouse. They don't have enough flow. So, like, we got VTO if anybody wants VTO. And I'm like, me. Yeah. I'm always the first in line. VTO. Deer are like rats where I live. And we just try to keep them off of our land. Well, Mama, whenever a raccoon used to come up on the porch, Mama just chased him off with a broom. Okemo Mountain. Damn. Vermont. Damn. That's a tough state, man. You got the Appalachian Trail goes through Vermont, right? I think it does. I think it's one of the states it goes through. Are there like deer farms? No, I haven't seen one. There might be like sanctuary land where maybe they'll find a deer. Like say if this deer that's in this neighborhood, if somebody were to call animal control would come out here, sleep dart it probably, and then have it in captivity for a couple of days while they do some tests on it, take some blood samples on it, give it some medicine maybe. You know what I mean? They'd have it in captivity for a couple of days, and then they would re-release it somewhere like out in the national forest or something. They might have like sanctuary land for them, but I don't think they have like a farm where they like just try to grow deer. Like to balance back at the endangered species side of it. I don't think so. I know most like zoos kind of operate that way. Like I don't know. Tiger King. Not sure, but plenty of wild deer to kill and eat. I bet the deer are huge up there too. That far north. Might as well be elk. Gonna buy me a Mercury and cruise it up and down the road. Oh yeah, I bet you could definitely make money from deer. Yeah, because like you're saying, venison isn't cheap. Like, granted, it's cheaper like in Kentucky. Everybody's hunting. But even still, I bet you could sell venison for at least as much as ground beef. Like it's probably comparable in price. Um, I don't know. And then people, you can use any bit of the deer. You know what I mean? Any bit of the deer, people will find a way to use. Um, Hell, there's people that they make money just to clean them and stuff. Like you hunt it and then bring it to them, and they'll butcher it, and then they'll keep 20 pounds for themselves or whatever, and then give you whatever else. I heard from another Australian that the people that live in West Australia, y'all call them the Mexicans. Those are the Mexican Australians. They live in West Australia. That's what I heard. Other guy. Yeah. Yeah, some goddamn mushroom and venison soup. You know, stew made some potatoes, some mushrooms, and some venison, some water. That's all you need. It's a meal. You can get some mushrooms at the same time you're getting the venison. Santina! What up, you uncircumcised fuck? How you doing? It used to be my different states to make fun of others. No, I don't use no Twitter, X, anything, man. Pretty much this is my social media at this point. Just YouTube. But yeah. But yeah, thank y'all again, man, for the view. My view time has been going nuts like last 28 days. got almost 500 hours of time watched in the last 28 days, which by that count, it'll if it continues like that, which it should be some kind of exponential growth, kind of somehow or another. It should kind of fork out from where it is now. Um, but yeah, if it even just continues like that, 500 hours viewed after about 8 months will be the 4,000 hours that I need to be able to. So I appreciate y'all. Just keep doing your thing, and hopefully, we'll build more of a crowd as time goes. New phone coming tomorrow, and then so that way I'll be able to live stream like 12 hours a day. I'll just be live streaming. Like, why not? Um, you're welcome. That's all. My Brad. It's like people from NSW call people from Victoria Mexicans. Yeah, it's kind of weird though. Like if you can call a Mexican a Puerto Rican by accident, and they won't take too much offense to it. But if you call a Puerto Rican a Mexican by accident, they get so offended. You know what I mean? They're like you did that on purpose. You know what I mean? I don't understand what it is. But like one way it's fine, it's like it was just an accident. They'll correct you and then you just go about your business. But the other way, it's like you insulted them. You didn't even know. But it's kind of crazy to me. Like I wouldn't leave the US and then try to buy a US flag every time I see one. It's just kind of weird. I don't know, because I'm not like granted I'm leaving the U.S. for different reasons, but if I were to leave the U.S. I wouldn't be having like a bunch of American flags with me everywhere I go. You know what I mean? I wouldn't really want to represent that I'm from America too much. It's like I don't know. Yeah, I know, man. Yeah, they're like I don't. Yeah, it's weird. It's kind of fucked up. I don't know. That's just kind of weird. U.S.'s relations, like, really, what we need to do is we need to stop playing world police. Like, we need to stop being like the police to the globe, and we need to focus on isolationism and then rebuilding our own fortress. You know, like kind of just stop sticking our finger up everybody else's asshole. Let's kind of like fix the holes in our own boat before we go any further. I don't know, but for some reason we can't do that. I don't know why. I don't know. I don't know if it's a red thing or a blue thing. I guess right now you could say it's a red thing, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who's in the seat, man. And we're bombing somebody. We're at war with somebody. We can't agree with somebody. We're like I said, like we're trying to be more diplomatic than we should be. You know what I mean? Like we I don't know why we can't just keep our nose in our own shit. We'd be doing so good as a country right now if we weren't funding you know if we weren't funding other countries' GDP, our own country would probably be doing pretty well right now. And it's not doing bad. They're just really, really worried about the debt thing. The debt's going crazy. And it's like, well, because we're spending so much on defense, because we got our nose up everybody's ass. If we were just defending our own territory, we could probably easily be spending half of the money that we spend on defense. We could, half of that money could be saved and used for other stuff, or just not printed. But you know damn well they're going to print it either way. So, you know, That's not really the issue. But yeah, it's just I don't know, man. Oh, here we go. I thought they were gonna stop and ask what I was doing. They almost did. They were tempted to. The sports team. Don't you be talking about the Red Sox, man. Fuck the Chicago White Sox, man. I'll take my socks off and turn them red. Fucking White Sox. White Sox were not made for baseball. Baseball was not made to wear. You were not made. You know, like we're not supposed to be wearing White Sox while playing baseball. Like that much is clear. Basically, but yeah, I'm probably gonna get back into Farmville. Like the plan is, you know, once I get the van all secured, you know, get that all bought, and then wait around for Black Friday. Black Friday comes, I'll be able to get a deal on a solar generator, right? And I'll have a solar generator plus the van. I might be able to have enough power where I could actually run a PlayStation. Maybe not every single night, but like once a week, maybe 2 nights a week. I'll have enough power that the solar generator will have from, you know, generating power off the sun. And then I can recharge it with the car battery and stuff like that when I drive places and stuff like that too. But with the solar battery, you know, the solar generator, it'll have a big enough battery. I'll be able to play the PlayStation. And if I play it moderately, I won't run out of power because I can get like 20 hours. I've already kind of done the math based on the amperage of the battery itself and how much power the PlayStation 5 will draw. I should be able to get 22 hours of being able to play the PlayStation off of that battery. Um, but yeah, say if I'm not even playing it for 20 hours straight, if I'm playing it like an adult, you know, like just 4 or 5 hours a day, like an adult would, you know, it's funny. You know, that's when an adult an adult would play a game like 5 hours or 4 hours a day because they have a bunch of shit they have to do. As you know, on top of that. But yeah, you play it like an adult for like 4 or 5 hours a day, you'd probably never run out of battery because you'd be constantly recharging off the sun, or whenever you turn your car on to go drive somewhere, you'd be recharging that battery at the same time. So I'd have enough battery. Play, you know, I don't know, just be playing something. But you know, baby steps. I got to keep moving between now and then. But Bitcoin's moving up now too, so it almost broke over 80K today, which I thought it was going to. You know, I don't know. I still think it's going to crash one more time. I hope it does. Hope it comes back underneath 73 one more time so I can buy some more. Who knows, man? Yep. But yeah, we're building a pretty good community in here, man. Pretty good pack of homies we got hanging out. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, when I get the memberships going, if I get the memberships going, I might make the Monday night show members only. You know, just Monday members, you know, and then the Wednesdays and the Saturday shows and whatever, you know, I don't know. Just to be like one live show a week that'd be like a members only live show. Um, you know what I mean? Just kind of get more out of the product of being a member on this channel than just your name in green. Actually, be doing stuff for the members on the channel. So I was thinking, probably producing shorts that are just for, and then like once a week doing a members only live stream for just members. At least at this point. But I don't know. I don't want to make long format videos that are just for members. I don't think it's quite, because that you could have used that video to reach more of a broader audience with, versus if I was just making shorts that are just like funny moments for for members people, or what I mean. But yeah, like just take and make like a 22-minute video that I posted just for members. I don't know. It's not quite worth it, because that could have, I could have posted that publicly for anybody to watch, and it could have helped to expand the channel out, even just by like 2 or 3 subscribers, like everything else that I do, you know. But the 2, 3 subscribers, it stacks up after a while, I look at it like on a more broad horizon, you know. Um, the last 90 days, I think it was showing me I've gotten 370 subscribers in the last 90 days, which I don't think it's been quite that much. It feels like it's been slower than that. But I know I was just at 420. I know. Well, I remember when I was at 395. Remember when I was at 395? That was probably about a month ago. I was at 395, and I remember I pushed it a little bit, and I got it up to 420. And then when I got it up to 420, it took me a while to push it from the 420 up to the 500 that it finally broke. Brad and Honda, y'all were there. Y'all seen. I put a lot of work into going from like 400 to 500. Like, holy shit. But now, yeah, now I'm like fucking, I don't know, probably a 5'11" or something like that. I have no clue. But yeah, it moves. You gotta put into it. Gotta really put your ass into it. And pretty much like if you're working with it, say you're even making one video a month, it's a matter of time. You'll eventually hit 1,000 subscribers. It's like it's only 1,000 subscribers. It's not like 50K or 100K. Like all you gotta do is put the work into it, and then the channel will find itself viewers for itself. Like just a matter of it might take 4 or 5 years for that to happen, depending on like if your content's really that lame, it might take 4 years for your content to really get off the ground to get to anywhere. But I don't know. I feel like I got some decent jokes, every now and then I put little funny little spit bits on stuff. I don't know. It's tough, man. But shit, it'd be just as tough, like I said, if I been renting a place the whole time and then be sitting at $0 in savings, I'd be just as pissed. You know, like I'm more or less proud of myself for being able to rough it in the car, and then like having not only a comma in my savings account, but 5 digits. My bank account has 5 digits in it. That's never happened before. You know, like I don't think I'll have 6 figures in my bank account for a while, but I've got 5 figures in my bank account. Not in my bank account, but I've got 5 figures. Almost. That wouldn't have happened if I wasn't living in the car, and like bigger picture on everything, because I would have been barely making the time to be able to keep my bills paid. Losing weight, eating fucking ramen and butter sandwiches, not even peanut butter, just butter sandwiches. Just butter on bread. don't even have a toaster. Yeah, yeah, I'm still trying to get there. But I think even living in, if you find a way to live in your car, live in a van, and it say you're living in a van, say you don't have zero bills, but you can if you can live in a van for just 100 a week. I don't know why you wouldn't do it. Like 100 a week ain't shit, dude. And you know what I mean? And then only have to be on the hook for like 100 a week because you live in a van, like as long as you can keep up with making 100 a week, you can keep up that standard of living because it's so low a standard of living. It doesn't take much to keep up with. Like 100 a week to afford your life in the van, and then every dollar you make up above that, it's all extra. You use it for what you want. You could spend it, you could save it, you know. You could use it for cocaine if you want. It's yours. You worked for it in the first place. They didn't just give it to you. Still have to eat. Yep. Put petrol in the car. Yep. But that's what I'm saying. Like 100 a week. Um, if your insurance, say your insurance is like 100 a month. 1 week is boom. 1 week is insurance, and 1 week is gas basically, and then the other 2 week would be food. And that's probably the lowest you can get your bills, right? Like if you were still a consumer, right? Because there's no way you're gonna be living in a van and then also have like a garden in the van somehow. Like you're growing food on the roof of the van. You have a whole self-sustaining. You have like a whole a quarter-acre homestead you've made out of the van. Somehow you're growing that much food. Plus you have a way to sleep. All this is on the van. You're growing hydroponics and shit. But yeah, subscription model government. Subscription model government. Subscription model government. Subscription model government. I think it means anyone can run, and who gets more subscribers wins. um, it's already something like that, kind of. I mean, yeah, it's popular vote type of shit, and it's weird the way that they do the electoral college too. On top of that, like I feel like it's ultimately just be popular vote. Like whoever has the most total votes should be the winner. There shouldn't be some bullshit they should do where each state has a different level of power in controlling who becomes the presidency. Like your vote only means so much because the state of Florida, the state of Texas, the state of Ohio, the state of New York, the state of California, and the state of Iowa. There's a couple states that it actually matters which way they're voting. Independently as a state. And if that state goes red or blue, those points go to that president. They don't divide the points up somehow, depending on how, if a third of the state voted blue, then a third of the points should be blue. I don't know. I feel like if it's an electoral state where they have 24 points, and then 33% of the votes were for the other candidate, they deserve 33% of those points. I don't know. But that's on a different basis system, basically. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just we're just kind of fucked either way. It doesn't matter until we can actually get a real person to be a president. It doesn't. We're voting for them. It doesn't matter who you vote for. You know, the closest thing I think we've had to a real person being president and he wasn't even a president. And I don't know. This is just in my lifetime, so I'm not, I don't have like that wide a scope where I can talk too far into it. You know what I mean? But I think honestly, Arnold Schwarzenegger was probably the closest thing we had to a real person being in a political seat. It's like there's nobody else that's like actually been like, I don't know. Like, granted, if you're an assistant manager at McDonald's, you probably aren't going to make the best U.S. senator in 10 years. You know what I mean? But the fact is that the people that even do get the choice or the chance to be a U.S. senator, they're people that have never even thought of working. They've probably never worked a day of fast food in their life. Anybody that's currently a U.S. senator, they've never had like some kind of real job somewhere that over half the nation has had to work at some point. You know, it's kind of, I don't know. It's not necessarily, not like it would fix anything if they spent 90 days in a kitchen either. But at least, I don't know. At least in England, you have to, like, there's, if you're born in a royal family, you have to serve your country's government or something like that. I heard. I don't know. You're not just, I don't know. You're not just a senator's son. If you're the prime minister's son, I think you're kind of expected to serve some kind of extent in the military, or something like that. I don't know. I don't know how it actually goes. But yeah, it's like you come from a long line. You're an eighth generation kiss ass. So you already by the time you're 3 years old, your parents have already got you like groomed into kissing ass. You're like a whole ass kissing side of society. Right. But yeah, I'm also not into politics. Like more like politics is for white people. You know, I'm gray. Like clearly, like since politics has been invented, it's like kind of just been for white people. Woo. But yeah, man, I remember I was the VTO champion. I had the most VTO hours of anybody in the warehouse when I was working at Amazon one year. They even gave me a shirt, VTO champ. I loved wearing that shirt. I had another shirt. It said, "I came, I saw, I used my UPT, and I left early." But man, that place was a fucking joke, man. This dude's out of the loop. He thinks Obama's president and then Kamala's vice president. Bro, you're way out of the loop, bro. Kamala ain't been vice president for almost 2 years or something like that now, bro. You behind. And Obama ain't been president for like fucking, I think he was kicked out in 16. Yeah, you're off a little bit on that. I want to do Amazon Flex, but every time I go on the app, no blocks. Yeah, time I go on the app, no blocks. I voted for Obama the first time. Well, yeah, but who was he running against the first time? It was Obama versus John McCain, right? First time, or was that the second? That was the second time. So I can't remember who did he run against. I know it was John McCain one of the times he ran against like John McCain ended up being the other candidate on the other side, which John McCain should have. He would have been the better person, but because it was the first time we had a black man up there, he wins instead. But yeah, McCain, Romney. No, no, was it? It was Obama versus Mitt Romney. I don't remember. I think Mitt Romney got knocked out. That's the like it came down to Mitt Romney versus McCain for that side of things, and McCain ended up getting the votes off of Romney at that point. Like when it went from 4 down to 2 on the Republican side. That's why it was. That's why McCain was like the front runner on the Republican side, is because he beat out Romney. Some of the Romney voters ended up voting for McCain. Oh man, like I can't remember. Like who did Obama run against that he won? Because it's like they always kind of make it like, I don't know. Let's see, we had Bush, and then Obama. Then Obama didn't run against Dick Cheney. Al Gore ran against Bush. The second time it was John Kerry. John Kerry that ran against Bush. Was it Kerry? No, because Kerry. If it would have been Kerry versus Obama, they would have both been blue. Who was it? John McCain. Yeah, we already know John McCain. We're trying to think of the other guy. Like, because Obama won the presidency twice. He won it against John McCain, and then he won it against some. We're trying to remember the other guy. Maybe it was a female. I don't think it was, because both times it was a female is when Trump won. Trump won against a female both times. Which I don't really necessarily have anything against a female being president. I'm not trying to say that, but there's a lot of like older generation, people that are like 80 that they don't want to see, even females that don't want to see a female president. So it's like you got to kind of wait another 20 years for that crowd to go before we can actually see. I mean, granted, yeah, we could put a female up on the docket next time, and she would probably win after all the bullshit the men have been doing. But they would still need like a decent woman candidate. You can't put Hillary Clinton and then the most left woman in the world besides Nancy Pelosi up on the docket and expect them to win. You know? Right, we're trying to remember who's the other guy though. Can you Google who the other guy is, bro? You're spitting out all this useless information. We're trying to we're trying to brainstorm who the other dude was that Obama won against the second time. Because I think it was the first time it was against John McCain. Because I remember Mitt Romney was like a pretty big front runner and all that. I can't Google it right now because I don't have the second phone. I don't know, but Obama gay as fuck. No, he didn't go. It wasn't against Mitt Romney in 2012. Come on now. Was it really Obama versus Romney? That was the final. That's who we were voting on Tuesday. Was between Romney and Obama. That doesn't sound right. I don't remember Romney ever actually making it to the final two. Nah, there's no way, bro. Okay to what? Okay to Obama gay as fuck? Yeah, I said the same thing. Hey, Brad, can you fact check this for me? Who did Obama run against in the 2012 election? Or I guess it would have been the 2013 election. I don't think it was Mitt Romney, bro. No, but the term would have started in 2013. The term would have started like January 21st. Kanye was like, George Bush don't care about black people. Man, all them hurricanes, man. It's like they're not quite as bad as they make it. They make it out to be. Like, granted, it's one thing if your house gets destroyed, but that's like why you have homeowners insurance or renters insurance. You know, like I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. I don't know because I've been through hurricanes. You know, like I live in Florida. You know what I mean? They're not quite as bad as the media makes them. You know, like they're supposed to be some kind of crazy experience, but they're just like a rainstorm, like anything else, like a thunderstorm. I remember one summer, like every day at 4 o'clock, there was a thunderstorm. Every day. I was watching that shit live. But yeah, like it's like the kind of storms we get in Florida on a daily basis. It's like a storm that like in Ohio, like that storm comes like twice a year. You know, and they really freak out, hunker down, board up the doors, worry about the how much food do you have for the week. And it's like, it comes and it's like 5 lightning strikes. And you're like, what? That's not a storm. His main candidate, Paul Ryan, Mitt Romney with Paul Ryan, Obama with Joe Biden.
Everything okay over here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just live streaming. Low key, think the storm. See, I don't know. You got to walk all the way up here. Like, you continue walking the rest of the way up the street or something at least. Like that. Like what? I'm at least 100 meters away from his property, even if he does live in the closest house to me. But this is just I don't know. Anyway, that's so crazy. Mitt Romney and Paul Ryan, Romney and Ryan, huh? Oh, I guess that does make sense. That's crazy as fuck, though. I couldn't remember Mitt Romney actually doing that well. I remember my high school economics teacher. They were all about Mitt Romney. They were like, like the way people are about Trump. This person was about Mitt Romney. You know. Yeah. Yeah, it was. Yeah, we already looked it up. We had the fact checker. Thank you, Brad. Appreciate that, man. Thank you for seconding his verification, though. I appreciate that. That was so weird. That dude. I almost think was that one of Oren's friends or something. This dude's like, what? He's not even. He don't even live in this first house. This dude's like walking all the way down the street. Y'all heard him right on the live chat? Like he come. I don't know. That's just people, dude. People are just nosy as fuck for like no fucking reason, bro. Everything all right? Yeah, that's this dude. Like, that's, I halfway wanted to be a dick back, you know. I halfway wanted to be like, but I stopped myself and I was like, yeah, I'm just live streaming. I halfway thought he'd be like, it's kind of a weird spot to be live streaming, right? You're like, well, where else am I supposed to go? Like you show me where else I should go. You want me to live stream on your porch? Is that what it is? Would it be better if I was live streaming on your back porch? And really, I was thinking about that too. You like, what would, how would it even be interesting if I was like in an apartment and I was just like live streaming in an apartment? You know what I mean? Like because everybody else is just like in an apartment or in their house or something, like in their bedroom, live streaming something. So I think what's kind of interesting is the fact that I'm like in my car. If I wasn't in my car, I don't know. But I was thinking of that too. I was like, like eventually when I do make it to either an apartment or like a house or even just like a grass hut, you know, it's going to be a pretty good story from here to there. I feel like. I mean, it's boring. It's boring. It's a really slow moving story. But maybe genuinely wanted to help you. Yeah, maybe. I doubt it though. It's mostly just people being nosy because I've been living in the car since September. I don't really think it was because this dude, like, I seen him walk back up the street. Like he don't just live in like the first house. Like he's probably about 3 or 4 houses up the street. This guy lives like that far up the street, I guess. Um, I don't know. He was being more nosy than because he actually wanted to help. You know what I mean? He could. I don't know. He could have, like, he was probably checking to see if I did in fact need help, but he was probably like wondering what it is I was actually doing more than that. Like 60% of his brain wanted to figure out what it is I was doing. So that's why I told him I was live streaming. But yeah, you know what I mean. That's why I like. Remember, that's why I was saying like I like smoking cigarettes because the cigarettes help me blend in. He would have seen me smoking a cigarette like 20 yards away, and then it would have just been some dude parked in his car smoking a cigarette. But because I wasn't smoking a cigarette, he was like, "What are you doing?" Well, I mean, I get where he's coming from too. It's just kind of like defending his turf. You know what I mean? But I'm also like I can't express how far away from his property I am. You know, like I'm not accurately presenting how far away from his property I am. Because up where I'm at, like, and y'all saw me, I walked around with the camera before the sun went down. Yeah, like there's no house anywhere within a good football field north and south of me right now. This dude came from like a whole nother block basically to come over here to check what I was doing. I don't know. I'll stop now. Pre-K is to get you away from your parents, and when that part of your brain starts coming online, they can really manipulate you good. It's not to start your children's education. Not really, because they don't really give us any kind of real education. Oh, like the majority of public education, the majority of public schooling is just daycare anyway. So, like, what is daycare? But what he said. And then, like, the kids that they didn't go to daycare, like, their first interaction with other kids is when they make it to kindergarten, right? And those kids in the classroom, they don't know how to interact because they weren't at a preschool for third, like as a 3 and 4 year old, they weren't like at a preschool interacting with other kids. So their first time interacting with other kids is that, when they're 5 years old and in kindergarten. So they're usually like a little bit slower, as far as all that. They only teach you what they want you to know, right? And that's if you even learn it. How much of you actually retain? Yeah, like I noticed there's like this rice cooker that sings the ABCs, right? When you hit the button on the rice cooker and it sings the ABCs song. And I was like, that's funny. So like they're teaching people the ABCs through this little childhood melody, right? The childhood melody being on this rice cooker. Every time you turn the rice cooker on and off, it does the ABCs. it's like it's like really really mild subliminal, but it's like it's trying to teach people ABCs because the ABC melody, like the preschool melody song for the ABCs, is built onto this rice cooker that they sell internationally. Now I know my ABCs. But yeah, although I would say math is not great because of the numbers or anything, but it teaches you how to critically think and follow steps in an order. Yeah, I mean, well, you can't get away from base 10 mathematics, man. I mean, like, as long as mankind thinks there's strength in numbers, numbers are going to rule the world, you know? Like, it's not even the education system that rules the world, it's numbers that rule the world. That's why, so many people think money rules the world because they're confused. It's actually neither of those. It's the numbers in the first place that rule. You know what I mean? It's not education or money. It's like it's both and neither. House. Oh shit. It's like I don't know. They say women always want to know what it looks like and what color it is, and men always want to know how much it costs. Oh, here he is. Watch. Hang on now. I'm gonna turn the camera on him. Is he gonna do it again? Do it again, buddy. Look at him. Like he lives up. He lives up past where that flat. That's him with the flashlight. He lives up past that point. He lives that far away from where I'm at. Dude, I swear, people are nosy for like no reason. So, like, I'm just live streaming. What's the big deal? What's the problem, bro? Don't taste me. I'm just live streaming. And the funny part was, he probably didn't even have a strap on him when he did that. Like, you're approaching a homeless person. You're approaching a homeless person that lives in their car, and then he probably didn't even have a gun on him at that point. He was probably stupid enough that he did all that without an actual gun on him, and anything could have happened. You know what I mean? Granted, he might have had a pistol on him because we are in Florida. But that's what I'm saying is that he should have had a pistol on him. If he didn't have a pistol on him, and he got that close, you came that close to me, and you didn't have a pistol on you, Like anything can happen. It's after dark. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm just live streaming. I'm just live streaming. Like a cat, bro. You're gonna freak him out. Yeah, true. Man, I like to eat tacos, but normally not on Tuesdays because I don't, because the Taco Tuesday conspiracy. I don't try to, if it's already gonna be busy enough. People going in there trying to order tacos on Tuesday. I'm not trying to add on to that. But yeah, I try to get tacos, but usually I go Wednesday or Thursday. You get the tacos. Because who doesn't like tacos? And yeah, Taco Bell, man, they fucking McDonald's and Taco Bell both changed their menu like in the same week. It was crazy, dude. I can't believe McDonald's got rid of their buy one get one for $1 deal that they had. They got rid of that shit. Now they got some other bullshit going on. They're trying to sell a McDouble for $2.50, which where I'm at, that's crazy. You know what I mean? Because we're not in Manhattan or nothing. Fucking yeah, $2.50 for a fucking McDouble. I remember back in 2012. 2012 they were $1. So you're talking fucking 15 years. 15 years, 150% price increase in 15 years time. Holy shit! Damn, they got rid of that McChicken McDouble deal on the app. Yeah, yeah, the breakfast and shit too. Luckily for breakfast, at least the sausage McMuffin and the sausage biscuit, they're only like $1.50. So it's like it's the same, the price, because I remember it was like I think it was like $2.89 to get the muffin, and then I would pay the extra dollar for the sausage biscuit. Basically, if I went for breakfast. Yeah, I can only imagine what it's like if you're like 80 years old and the prices at McDonald's and stuff. Because like I'll see old people going out to eat, and then I'll see them going out to eat at like Wendy's, or McDonald's or something, and then they're like, "Fuck," like when they tell them the price, like they wanted to go out to eat and they don't even have the money to go out to eat, so they went out to eat at McDonald's, and then even going out to eat at McDonald's was still like a $40 or $50 meal, you know. Would have cost them like another $8. They could have went to an actual restaurant. Some of the prices on this shit, you know what I'm talking about too. It's like holy fuck, $9.89 for just the sandwich. Oh, here he comes again. I think he's coming again. Anyway, he's like another 2 minutes down the street. It's gonna take him a while to walk all the way up here if he's coming all the way up here. And no, he turned. He's going down the neighbor's driveway. It looks like now. If you're dropping 40 or $50 at McDonald's, right? That's what I was thinking too. Like, granted, I don't think it. I mean, I think it was more. I think it was like $33 or something they spent, and then they got a 20-piece nugget with the two medium fries or some shit, and then they both ordered a drink. They were trying to get a senior drink or something like that, and the lady was like, "We don't have a senior size," and so they were like, "Okay, well just give us the smalls." And the small drinks were like $2.39 each, so it was $5 for drinks, $5 for two small drinks, and then they got the shareable chicken nuggets You know, 2 chicken nuggets with the, 20 nuggets with 2 medium fries, and then that was like $25 for 20 nuggets with 2 fries. Like even KFC tonight. I was in KFC for the order that I picked up, and she was telling the lady the price. She's like, "Well, the 8-piece price." She's like, "That 39.99. That's the price of the meal." I was like, $40 for an 8-piece meal at KFC, and then she's like, the $25. That's for just the chicken. I was like, y'all are selling an 8-piece chicken for $25. You know, I was like, holy shit, bro. Because right across the street at Publix, you can go get a chicken for like less than $10. You know, a fried. You can get an 8-piece fried chicken for I think less than $10 still over at Publix. And then KFC's trying to sell an 8-piece fried chicken for $25. The meal, you get like the two large sides and 4 biscuits, right? That's $40 for 8 pieces of chicken, 2 large sides, which are basically there's still two like personal sides, 2 large sides. The large side of macaroni and cheese you could eat by yourself and then still want a second one. You know, yeah, making people come back. Yeah, at least it wasn't a whole 100. But yeah, it'll probably get to that point. It'd be like it'll cost $100 to eat out of the house. And people will just be eating in the house for $30 instead. Fucking weirdos, man. Jimothy. My name is Jimothy. It's backward, but it's it's Jimothy. Jimothy. Is the label. Taco Bell label. Yeah, I used to go every time I go to Taco Bell. I would give them a different name. I'd put a different name on it every single time I go. And then the guy was telling me, he's like, "You got to stop doing that." He's like, "You could end up getting us in trouble." He's like, "It could come back at us or whatever, one way, one thing or another." He's like, "You got to stop doing that." And I was like, "Okay." And I changed it to Jimothy, and then I just left it as Jimothy because he told me he told me I got to stop putting a different name every time I came through the drive-through. But I was trying to put a different name so that way they wouldn't know it was me. So because if like after a while they know it's me, and they'll like skimp, they skimp the fucking burritos that they give me. But if every time I go I'm a different name, they never know it's me until after, like once they handed me the bag of food, they're like, "Oh, it was this guy." Like I thought it was that guy because you said your name was Baby Mike, or fucking, fucking Tiny Tom. Fucking what other, goofy names. Fucking Jim Dan, Jim Dan, Jim Dan. Like Billy Bob, but you're Jim Dan. I don't know. John Bob. First name John, last name Bob. Right. Yes, they asked me to stop, and then that was like that was the name that it was on at the time. So I'm Jimothy. Yeah. Jimothy's not a bad name, you know. Like I could imagine Jimothy's probably a real hard-working man. You know, I'd be proud to call my son Jimothy. Just keep doing it. What are they gonna do? Hillary Cunton? Order for Hillary Cunton? Yep. I don't know what happened, man. I had fucking 24 likes and now it's all the way down to 10. I don't know what the hell happened. What the fuck? But nah, I appreciate y'all showing up, hanging out. Humpday Hangout. Do do the hand signal because it's the Humpday Hangout. I could probably put that on a shirt someday. Just like just like me, like my face, like and it says Hump Day Hangout. Like Wednesdays at 8 or 9, or maybe 10, or maybe 6. I don't know. Wednesdays. Do you need any help? Do you need some help? No, I'm just live streaming. But yeah, I'm doing pretty good, man. I think it's day 3, no cigarettes, something like that. At least 48 hours, no cigarettes. So doing pretty good. I think it is. I think it's like 48 hours, no cigarettes right now. So not too bad. I can already feel a little bit of a lung capacity difference, believe it or not. Feel less like choked out. Uh-oh. They're probably gonna. Okay, I thought for sure they were gonna turn up the street. Eating chicken on a Wednesday. Sparkling thoughts, giving me the hope, giving me the hope to go on. What I need is a little bit of shelter. Oh yeah, if anybody's got a porch, man, you got a back porch, and looking for a homie to hang out with at the same time, give you $100 a month, or $100 a week to hang out on the porch. And all I need is a couple fans, get like a box fan and then like a stand up oscillating fan. You know what I mean? But yeah, between the box fan and the oscillating fan, I'll hang out on the porch for 100 a week. You know, make it like a week to week thing, so that way, if you want to get rid of me, at least I got like 3 days to kind of get my shit packed up and get out of there or whatever. But yeah, pretty much that's about it, man. Not trying to be homeless, just the shit's way too expensive. But yeah, I figure 400 a month, I'd be helping somebody else out at the same time. Like 400 a month, you could really make a small dent in a lot of people's bills. And I try to make myself, scarce if need be, more to, if somebody's like lonely anyway, they're like, well, I could use a little, homie hanging out on the back porch for a couple months kind of thing. I'm bored. Like I'm an Uber driver. I'll run up to the store and get you beer or whatever if you need me to. You know. Oh, Tito! Yeah, I must have had my underwear on backwards all day yesterday, and I didn't even realize. I'm only kidding. I didn't even realize it till today. I got up this morning and realized my underwear were on backwards, and then I know I didn't take them off when I went to bed last night. So I must have had them on backwards all day yesterday. I wonder where they're coming from. Woo! I tell you, it's hotter than duck grease, man. It says it, what? Not even 70 degrees. It's 70 degrees. You got to walk around or something. Sitting out here on the hood of this truck, looking up at a caramel colored sunset sky. I'm checking my watch, I'm doing the math in my head. How you doing, Yo? Appreciate you stopping in. Appreciate the like. Turn it off. Damn, people got their dog barking. They need to turn it off. I don't know how people like after 9 o'clock at night. After 9 o'clock at night, and you letting your dog bark like that. Like, come on now. Yeah, there's people in here. There's everybody's been quiet. I guess everybody's more or less just listening. I'm kind of quiet. I'm kind of quiet tonight too, because I'm not drinking tonight. But yeah, I don't know, man. I've been tired all week. I don't get it, man. And then at the same time, I can't not wake up at like 7 fucking a.m. either. Like I'm like tired as fuck, and then keep waking back up at 7 a.m. for like no fucking reason. Like right now, I feel like I'm like, I don't know, like I feel like I need to like lay down, start relaxing for the night. Like I feel like that kind. But I ain't going to. I'm sorry, but I have retired. Yep. Yeah, I usually go up to the campsite on Saturdays because for the Drinky Crow show, the Drinky Crow show, I go up to the campsite, and that way, if the cops were to show up and then catch me, like they caught me drinking or whatever, uh, I'm at the campsite. Like I'm at the campsite. I didn't leave my car to go through the woods to get all the way to the campsite. You know what I mean? I don't know. You know what I mean? There's ways I could talk myself out of it, or at least talk myself into however much trouble I'm gonna end up with. You know what I mean? But yeah, a lot of the police they already know my situation as it is. Like I think they got away where they type in my tag in the computer, and then like a note pops up on their computer on their end that like lets them know like, oh yeah, that's a guy that lives in his car, because they've come in contact me enough. But now they'll see me and they just drive right on by. Like I think they'll get calls about my car and then drive out there to check what's going on, because I don't know, more or less. But yeah, I pretty much go to the campsite on Saturdays. I got to I got to re-reserve it because me like the end of my reservations are coming up in like May 1st. It's like I haven't even looked. Somebody else could have already reserved it. But I know I reserved it back in December. Reserved it all the way till May 1st, back in December. So somebody could have been like waiting to reserve it because I've had it reserved that whole time. Um, I don't know. But if somebody else has it reserved, I can't I can't camp there because it's their campsite. I wouldn't want somebody to do that to me, right? Like I wouldn't want somebody to be camping while I had it reserved, so I wouldn't do it to somebody else. Um, but granted, people did it to me anyway. There was a couple of people that I don't know, like I don't know, but yeah, it's like I had the campsite reserved and people were like still there camping anyway, like they didn't care. But I'm not gonna turn around and do that to somebody else. So I need to check on the website and see if I can reserve it some more or whatever. But they had something where I can only reserve it so much in a 180-day period. So I don't know. I'll have to look into it. But yeah, I figured out like all the places that I go to camp for the night, that's about the safest spot to like stop, post up, and think I'm gonna drink or whatever is there. Because I can go to the church parking lot, and I could drink in the church parking lot. It wouldn't really be a problem. Like I'm far enough away. Like I don't have to worry about what kind of noise I'd be making. I could park somewhere where I can get some natural lighting. You know what I mean? Or if I wanted to go live, or that's the whole point. That's the whole point of for the Saturday show and drinking. you know. But yeah, if I go Saturday night is also a really good day to go to the church parking lot because there's a lot of traffic early in the morning on Sunday. So you look like you just look like a car there for Sunday mass. You know what I mean? Because you showed up Saturday at like 11 o'clock at night. And just kind of shut your vehicle off, and then yeah, wait until the bells wake you up in the morning. But that's the other part of it too is the bells start going off at like 6:30 in the morning, and then they go off again at 7, and then they go off again at 8 for like 5 minutes or 10. Like it's like 10 minutes. They go off at 8 when they go off at 8, and then it does it again at 10. Like it'll go off at 9, it'll go, and then at 10 it goes off for like another 5 or 10 minute thing. So it's like it's constantly going off. You pretty much, yeah, you might could sleep through the 6:30 bell or the 7 a.m. bell, but the 8 o'clock bell, once that one hits, because it's like 5 minutes of the bell ring and it wakes you up. You're not sleeping through that because like you're in the parking lot of the church and stuff. You just can't. But yeah, like that's probably the next best, safest spot I've got because where I used to go, a little cul-de-sac, I had those two dudes chase me off, and then last time I went out there, the police chased me off, and I don't know, so I pretty much lost a spot there. I still feel like I still could go back. I could push it because they didn't actually officially trespass me from it. And then, like on my ID, it says I live right around the corner. Like it says I live 500 feet from where I'm sleeping in my car. So yeah, I don't know, but they can still give me shit. So I'd rather just avoid it. Use it as like an emergency situation. Because like I said, I could probably use it one more time, and then it depends on what day of the week it was. They probably wouldn't even notice I was even there. Um, how late in the day I'm hanging out, that kind of thing. But those dudes were funny, man. Like honestly, like they should honestly be getting they should honestly be getting a nuisance charge for on their end because they keep calling the cops on somebody that's not committing any crime. Like I'm not the police keep having to show up, and then there's nothing they can do because there's no crime actually being committed. So they're calling the cops for like no fucking reason, and then instead of the police showing up and then educating them, they instead they don't even ever educate them, so they just continue to keep calling. you know that's the dumbest part. Right. They're wasting taxpayer dollars, wasting police resources, constantly calling the cops because there's a car parked in the back of the neighborhood, and I technically live in the same neighborhood because on my ID it says that I live there, you know. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I got like pretty much that, and where I camp out here, you know, like I can camp out here, but I feel like I could maybe get too loud if I was drunk. I might end up being too loud where I could cause attention coming out to where I am. You know, I'm surprised that this dude when he came up, I'm surprised he didn't like end up going up into his house to call the police. But I feel like since the cops haven't come by now, that's not the case. Like the guy didn't go home and then call the police like, hey, there's a suspicious vehicle here. Like he said he was live streaming, but I don't know what he's doing. There's just a car parked up the road from my house. But I don't think that's happened because the police would have showed up by now. I feel like because that was a while ago. They do take a minute out here. Like it pretty much takes about a half. Like you call the cops and it takes about a half hour to an hour for them to show up. But still, like if they don't come in the next 15 minutes, I don't. He definitely didn't call because they'd have to respond because of a call. But yeah, it's pretty much the same situation over there. But yeah, these people keep calling the cops, and then the cops show up, and then I'm not even really doing anything. I'm parked on a pave. I'm parked on the pavement on a county street. It's got a street sign on it. It's numbered. Like the whole county has all the roads are numbered from off the center. Like the center of town is a square, and then all the streets are numbered going up. All the streets are numbered going this way. So like you have an east, you have a west, you have a north, and you have a south, and then all the streets are numbered. So it's like it's a numbered street. It's part of the county's grid, you know. And then they always try to fight me on it. They constantly call the cops. The cops come out there because I don't know what it is that they're saying on the phone. You know what I mean? So the cops come out there looking for something else, probably even, and then it's just me sitting in my car watching YouTube half the time, which there's nothing illegal. I'm not blocking traffic, that far off of the main road, parked on the side of the road, not in front of anybody's house. I'm not blocking someone's driveway. There's X amount of checks that don't get checked. But yeah, I don't know. People are just nosy. There's pretty much everybody's turning into a Karen nowadays. Put my flashers on. There's a car coming down the street. And this might even be the police. I don't think so, though. If it is like I said, I'm not even doing anything wrong. The most they could say is that, the resident in that house called, and can you please move to another spot? Oh, now he's going to stop because I have my flashers on. Because I was trying to show him that there was a vehicle here. Just keep going. Please. And he turned, he went that way up. Right. Why would he went that way up the street? That doesn't make sense. Oh man. Police officers, yeah. But I don't know. It's like the majority of anything we're doing is just to waste time anyway. We're all just kind of like looking for time consumers. We're just not tripping on acid. Like when you trip on acid, it's like, holy shit, it's only been 10 minutes? Holy fuck, bro. What are we going to do for 8 hours of this shit? And you're like, I don't know. We need to find a time consumer. You got a cell phone game? He's like, yeah. He's like, just play the shit out of your cell phone game. The game on your cell phone. Just play the shit out of that game. My name is Jonas. I wonder if that white guy's gonna come out again. Got the phone battery up to 28%. We're doing good there. Pepe dropped 5% if you're interested. And Trump is down another 5% if you're interested. Trump under $3, a lot of investors say is actually a good price. Trump was once $47 a piece. So Trump for under $3 could actually be a pretty good investment. Just saying, we've had a lot of put a lot of presidents on coins. A lot of presidents have been like monetized one way or another, sort of. But he's the first president that's ever like had a digital coin. Like there's no digital George Washington coin. There's no digital Abraham Lincoln coin. There's no digital Benjamin Franklin coin. You know what I mean? I guess you could say there's a digital George Washington coin because the USDC. You know, but it's not not really like a digital Thomas Jefferson $2 or something But yeah, and then the Trump I don't know the Trump coin it's I don't know it's weird it's a weird thing. But I was thinking, yeah, for under $3, I mean, fuck, buy like 10 of them for $30, right? If it turns into something, you got 10 of them, fuck it. And if you lost $30, then you've never bought a scratch off before, like, even though I do feel like Trump coin, like, I think he created Trump coin because he's paying for that ballroom or something. He's adding like a whole other wing to the White House, and then like they're gonna build some ballroom or some shit. I think that's how, because he said he was paying for it. So I think that's how he's paying for it, is with that, with rug pulling everybody on that fucking coin, because it debuted debuted at like $27 a coin or something, and it went up to like 47, and then crashed, and then now it's when I think it went all the way down to like 265 or something. I don't know what the lowest low it was, but I think it's already coming back from the low. So it's stupid. It really is, but I don't know. Our whole monetary system is like showing how stupid it is. Kind of really, the dollar per hour is falling apart. VTO. I'm trying to get on that VTO list, boss. I'm trying to get the fuck out of here. Go home. I'm not worried about making money. Y'all are. I'm not making any money by working. Y'all are. You wonder why I'm not worried about working? Fuck, they ain't doing nothing for me. Yep. Your mom's buffering. What's up, Jer Bear? How you doing, man? What'd you have for dinner tonight? I had a steak chalupa, a beefy 5-layer burrito, um, a soft taco, some cinnamon twists, and a Baja Blast Mountain Dew, man. Baja motherfucking Blast. Damn it. chicken and rice roni. All right. That sounds pretty good, man. Let her warm up a little bit. But yeah, I'm gonna skeet on down the road because this guy, he's already freaking out. So, well, it's getting late. Time for me to go. I'm sure he's like looking out of his blinds or popping out, looking to see if I'm still here every hour or so. Wait for the car to warm up a little bit more. She's probably good to go, to be honest with you, but she's getting old too, man. She's almost got an antique tag on her. She's so old. That's what I'm saying, man. Almost got to get the antique tag on her. She's warming up. Nah, Sylvia. The car. The Corolla's named Sylvia. Gotta wait till she's warmed up. She probably about is. She's been running for a minute now. I'm waiting for the temperature gauge to go up a little bit higher. Well, I'm really waiting for the RPM to go down a little bit lower. When it gets to a certain point, then I'll know it's all the way warmed up. It's almost there. Yeah, it's almost there. It just dropped just in that little bit right there. It's probably about ready. Yeah, she's good. She's warm. Time to go. Kink it. Sink it. I can't see, so I'm gonna back it up. Should be good. All right, we made it. We're going down the really steep hill. Oh man, that's a brake check right there. Woke him up. I didn't know. Oh, someone coming down the street. Here we go. A white guy in a little suit. I thought they was gonna hit me. white guy in a little suit. Yeah, I didn't want that guy. And I don't know, because it's almost like 10 o'clock. I figured he's going to freak out if the car was still sitting there after 10 o'clock or whatever. So I'm trying to find another street light I can sit underneath. I mean, I wasn't sitting under a street light over there, but I'm trying to, trying to find a street light now. And I'm trying to head kind of closer back up into town. That way the signal's better, not worse. Fat guy. I could probably hang out right there at that church. Actually, not a bad idea. I wonder if there's a way in from over here. No. That's dumb. Why isn't there a way in from over here? That's dumb. Oh, I busted Yui. Welcome to UNICEF. Yeah, there's a church right here. I'm gonna park over here. No, there's not lots of houses out here. I mean, this is closer to the front of the neighborhood, so there's a few more. But no, there's still ain't a lot of houses. This is bumpy. Alright, we should be fine. Only thing is, I think I should spin around and be ready to head out, because there's no way to go out this way. Slam! Yeah, it's perfect. Yes, perfect, man. But I can't even turn this light off. Yeah, it's not bad. That'll work. Yeah, it's not a bad little church right here. Forgot what the name of it was. Calvary Baptist Church. It's all right. So we're good. This is a Baptist. We're good. We almost thought about coming in contact, like, contacting somebody that goes to the church here, somebody that's a little higher up, because I bet you they would let me pitch a tent, like the way the property is of this church. There's like real thick woods over here. I bet it's still part of the church's property or whatever. But I bet they would let me pitch a tent, like just inside the the wood line or whatever. I don't know. If not them, I bet I could talk to a church, because I had a church offer me that back in the day, a couple years ago, like 10 years ago or whatever. They're like, yeah, you could just pitch a tent right on the property here. And then I'd be set. Because I mean, hell, like Santino was saying that basically that could be like basically security for the church, kind of. You know, homeless guy living in a tent in Lakeland. Yeah, in Lakeland, South Lakeland, north of Riverland, but south of Lakeland. Souls that look into would be able to set up a company bed. Souls look into that would be able to set up a company bed and easier to cook, etc. Yeah, souls, souls look into that would be able to set up a comfy bed and easier to cook to. Oh, should. You know, you meant to say should look into that. Yeah, gotcha. Oh no, I'm sure they'd be all right. I'm not gonna spend the whole night here anyway. Just hanging out for a couple hours. I already know where I'm going to spend the night, but I'm pretty sure where I've been hanging out, it's okay because the cops have not been called one time in this one location that I go, and that's where I go the majority of the time. You know, like more 50% of the time I go, I go over there. And the cops have never responded, never shown up to chase me away, nothing like that. There's the one lady that lives off of the very first street. She got upset because I was on the street behind her street. But as long as I'm like 2 or 3 streets back instead of just the one street back, it's not a problem. And then last night, just to test it, I slept on the one street back, like right behind her house. But I wasn't like right behind her house. Yeah, I think Honda and Brad, they were here. They might remember. Like I went up, I drove up a little bit, so I wasn't like directly behind her house either. You know what I mean? I drove like out, because the stop sign at the end of the road, about 25 meters past the stop signs where I stopped before, because like as long as you're X amount of feet after the stop sign, you can pull over. You know what I mean? Certain things like that. So I wanted to make sure there's enough distance between me and the stop sign before I pulled over. So I pulled over there, and the lady was freaking out because she was like, "You're directly behind my house." So like I don't know. When I stopped last night, I made sure that I wasn't directly behind her house. I went up like another 50 yards from where I was before. Um, but yeah, I wasn't quiet, but I wasn't trying to make noise either. What up, Michael? Appreciate that, man. I stopped smoking, man. 48 hours without a cigarette now. I'm doing pretty good. I think this is gonna be for good now because I don't know. I feel like my lung capacity it's been shot. Like my lungs already kind of were shitty from smoking weed, but from smoking cigarettes since July, I can feel a huge difference. And then but even the 48 hours without smoking a cigarette between now and then, I feel like I'm starting to get some of my lung capacity back. It's still not normal, but um, but yeah, I'm gonna try and not buy another pack at all. I can't stop smoking weed. I like wish I could, but it's like, what else would I do? Like if I wasn't smoking weed, I'd probably just be drinking more beer. If I wasn't smoking weed and I wasn't drinking beer, I'd probably be taking Klonopin or something. Like some other bullshit. Yeah, no, I appreciate it, Fred. I knew what you meant. But yeah, like I'm not gonna buy any more cigarettes. I might bum one off of somebody if I see somebody smoking like, ooh, you got a Camel Crush? You're like, oh, can I got $1. And you're like, I'll give you $1 for one cigarette, something like that. People don't even like doing that. Even like, man, fucking keep the dollar. I wish you wouldn't even ask me for the cigarette. Yeah. A lot of the better stuff in my life has happened later on. You know what I mean? Like I don't remember. Like a lot of the stuff, the better stuff that has happened in my life has happened after the age of 16, and then before the age of 16, that like I was already sober for the first 16 years of life, like without a doubt. And it really weed doesn't even necessarily get me high. It doesn't get me high like a 16-year-old smoking weed. Like weed more or less just kind of gives me the feeling of like a cigarette. Like if I smoked a really good cigarette, that's kind of the way that weed gets my mind. It just kind of gets the monkey off my back feeling. Not even really like I get high, like where I lose sense of sobriety. I'm just kind of like slightly elevated, like a slight like a mood adjustment or a mood stabilizer, I guess, in a way. You know what I mean? Like I guess even some mood stabilizers probably put you in more of a cloud than the amount of cloud that I'm in from smoking marijuana. So it's not really like a sobriety thing because like I said, I don't know, I feel like the better parts of my life were after me experiencing getting high for the first time. You know what I mean? Not that being high was directly related, but having that sense, like once you've experienced it versus not experiencing it, you're open to more, more of the routine, like I don't know. Like it allows you to be more open minded in the first place. But yeah, like I don't know, to each their own, man. But there's a difference between somebody that like smokes pot to like, to enjoy their day, you know, and there's a difference between like somebody that's like selling, selling half, they're breaking into their parents' house to grab stuff to sell to buy heroin with, you know. There's kind of a big difference. I bet you people probably think I'm a cop car sitting here. Look at the fuck. There's a cop sitting at the church. like I don't know. I just like the way that he types too. He's talking about sobriety, and then he's typing like he's half drunk. It's always funny. Like almost every single message that he hits enters on, there's a typo. Time for what? Oh, the time was 3 hours and 33 minutes. 3 hours, 33 minutes live. Live from Philadelphia. Vince McMahon. Vincent. Vincent fucking Kennedy fucking McMahon. Mr. Kennedy. Fucking JBL. JBL. Y'all remember JBL? Yeah, I don't know. I was watching a match, a wrestling. It was like a match. It was JBL, but it was JBL before he was JBL. It was like JBL like 8 years before he was actually JBL, right? And he was just Bradshaw instead of being John Bradshaw Layfield, or JBL. He was just Bradshaw. He had like this handlebar mustache. I don't know. I just thought it was funny because like when I saw him, I was like, oh, that's fucking JBL. I was like, that's crazy. And they got rid of the 67-cent cheeseburgers too, man. I was pissed about that. It still says on the sign out front. The sign out front says 67-cent cheeseburgers on the app. But like sure enough, you go on the app, they're not there. Almost wanted to give him shit about it at the speaker, at the window. Like, yeah, your sign needs to be changed because you go on the app, there ain't no fucking deal for no 67-cent cheeseburger. So I think you need to give me, I think y'all need to give me a 67-cent cheeseburger now because you got false advertisement going on either, without it. Telling people to go on the app and then you go on the app and the deal ain't there. Fucking marijuana man. Marijuana man. Marijuana man. But the new phone tomorrow, man. Yep. So there might be the Thursday night treetop talk. Thursday night treetop talk. And then of course the Friday night freak show. Because what else? What else would you name the Friday night show? You know, it's got to be the Friday night freak show. Hell yeah, man. Sitting on the beach. That'll happen too, man. Eventually I'll be live streaming. We'll be on the beach, man. Just be chilling. We'll have Or will be a little cabana boy running around. Bring me uno más cerveza, por favor. Or actually, dos cerveza. Give me some carne asada. Some cerveza. See, I know enough Spanish. I'd be able to survive. Grande burrito. The grandeest. El grandeest. Grandist. I don't know. Grande is big, right? So then what's biggest or bigger? What would be? I don't know. I've never heard it. Never heard anybody say grandito. Grandito. I might have heard somebody say it, just hadn't registered. Like, oh, this is that. Like a card. You make like a little fucking flash card in your head. La camisa is rojo. Like caution is adviso or something. Fucking just combing my hair. Sorry. That's fly. That's fly. That's a sick ass Jerry curl right there, man. Fucking, if it was the '80s, man, put a little bit of hairspray in that shit. I can get it to stand straight up. Shit. Welcome to the jungle. A 3 hour, 41 minutes live, 3 hours and 41 minutes live, coming at you live for 3 hours and 41 minutes live. Yep, this should be the last shit show. Should be the last shit show because the new phone coming. I'm gonna get it kicking. Hope we get more of a crowd coming and going. People get upset, man. They say like, "Oh my God, what the hell's going on?" It's like up to this picture. The sound quality should be a little bit better too. You'd think too. Um, but I don't know. We'll find out. But it should be here tomorrow. They're saying. Hadn't checked the shipping tracking number to see exactly what's going on with it, where it's at, whatever. But I know it was loaded onto a plane and it left Kentucky, Left Kentucky, loaded onto a plane. Last I saw, so probably landed in Orlando. I just don't know exactly when. Both members of the 4-H club, both active in the FFA. We just trying to catch a good time, even if it takes all night. And pass that bottle around the campfire, a sip on apple pie moonshine. And we picking on them guitars just right. Everybody singing Dixieland delight, like a bobber on the wet line. We just trying to catch a good time. 80 degrees and the sun ain't even out. We got a spot a couple miles out of town. When that moon comes up, you know it's going down. We got them folded chairs leaning way back. No other plans other than relax. We ain't worried about tomorrow from where we at. We just trying to catch a good time, even if it takes all night. And pass that bottle around the campfire, a sip on apple pie moonshine. And we picking on them guitars just right. Everybody singing Dixieland delight, like a bobber on the wet line. We just trying to catch a good time. Something about a night this clear makes your problems disappear. We just gonna stay right here and let the world go by. I'm sitting in the morning sun. Now I'll be sitting when that evening comes, watching the ships roll in, and I watch them roll away again. Well, sitting on the dock of the bay, watching the tide roll in. Ooh, sitting on the dock of the bay, wasting time. It looks like nothing's gonna change. Everything remains the same. But I can't do what 10 people tell me to do. So I guess I'll remain the same. Oh, sitting on the dock of the bay. I don't know. The worst is over now, and we can breathe again. Hey, hey, hey. I better find your Danish. I better find your heart. I better find your Danish. I better find your heart. How you doing? I tell you, don't sleep. Fucking croissant dough bread, croissant dough pizza with croissant dough. Don't sleep on that shit. Buy it, try it. I was like, what? Nah, I'm just playing. I tell you, if you're gonna spend $45 on a pizza, you better not be grabbing it from the frozen food aisle at Walmart. Like at $45, you're gonna buy eight frozen pizzas from Walmart. That's why you spent $45 on frozen pizza at Walmart, because you bought 8 of them. You know, anything else is not acceptable. You about to spend $50 on pizza, and you bought it. You bought frozen pizza at Walmart. Fuck, man. You've ever used to, like, you could go into like Little Caesars with like a $20 bill, walk out of there with 4 pizzas like a G. I remember I had a buddy like I remember $20 bill. I set him up to McDonald's with a $20 bill, and then yeah, I wrote on the $20 bill for him to get 10 McChickens, 10 McDoubles. On the bill, so that he wouldn't forget, because he had a really bad memory. Wanted him to walk all the way up to the store, and he gets up there. Hang on a second. Number 2 fan, look at that, dude. You're the shit, bro. You are the shit. Number 2. But yeah, I wrote on the $20 bill, get 10 McChickens and 10 McDoubles. But that's back when it was, fucking $20 bill, you eat 10 McChickens and 10 McDoubles. Like, fuck, dude. That was baller as fuck. VTO champ. The VTO champ. So y'all giving out VTO? Well, then I'm first in line. Scan my badge. I'm out of here. The VTO champion. Now available at Walmart. America's favorite superhero. Or so he thinks. Now available at Walmart. Here's a scary thought. All right. You ready? Like, this is a scary thought. All right. So, honestly, once I tell you, you can't unhear it. You're probably going to think about it every single time. All right. But I'm going to tell you. I know now, now you're like, what is it? Now you're kind of the suspense. All right. But think about which hand do you use, which hand do you use to eat chicken nuggets with, right? Think about which hand do you use to eat chicken nuggets with, right? And now what hand do you use to wipe your butt with? I just ruined eating chicken nuggets for you. Unless you're like that one person, you eat chicken nuggets with like a fork for whatever reason. You stab chicken nuggets with a fork. It's like, why do you eat chicken nuggets like that? I heard something a while ago. Just how I do it since then. I don't know. It's just funny to think about. The VTO champ. I appreciate you hanging out with us, Danish. Appreciate you. But yeah, we're looking at 4 hour mark, heading about to hit the 4 hour mark now. 10:29, chilling. We got the alarm coming off. Yeah, I got an alarm. I got an alarm that goes off when it's time to go to bed. Yep. Old man status. Yep. Yeah, there's another car going. That's weird. I hear a car coming down the street. Uh, yeah, hopefully Friday, man. Friday I'll just be live for like probably 12 hours. Just be streaming the whole time while I'm driving. Hopefully I get everything busted out, everything set up so I can do that Friday. Shouldn't be too hard. Basically, I bought the whole other phone. It's only going to be used just for YouTube, basically. I'm literally only going to log on to YouTube. That's it. I'm going to turn it on, get it activated, and then sign on to YouTube, and that's it. It's not, I'm not gonna have to worry about any other apps clogging it up or nothing. It'd just be YouTube and then just film, all different footage, clips and stuff. And once it fills up, then you just go back through the pictures and go back through video, delete it all. Yeah. I bought a case for it and stuff too, so at least so it's not just like a bare phone. Cause like I don't know nowadays, especially it being like a $700 phone, I could drop it in just as easily 2 seconds. But yeah, I got a like a rubberized military grade drop tested case or some shit. Then I didn't just buy like the cheapest one. You know, Amazon did have them for like $4. I could have got like a silicone rubber case kind of that fits right over it for like $4. But I was like, nah, I'm not gonna. It's like because you get what you pay for. You know what I mean? So I was like, let me just go ahead and get like one that's like $20. Then I found one that was $20, and then because I got it in a certain color, I got it for a discount. I got it for like $12, but it was, I don't know, it was priced $20 if I would have got it in black, but since I got it in blue, it was only $12. I don't know. That's what I landed on at least. But I felt like it was a deal getting the $20 one for $13. But yeah, you figure that's 30% off because of the color difference. I don't know why they do that either. I guess it's kind of like a supply thing, but I don't know why like video game, like different video games they started doing that, like Xbox and PlayStation, Nintendo. I don't know why. Like they'd have different color controllers, and then all the different color controllers are priced different. Like I can understand if it's like it's a limited time, but still, I don't know. It's kind of fucked up to have all these different controllers priced all these different. Like black controllers are normally the cheapest. It's kind of fucked up. But I don't know. I noticed that like 10 years ago. I was like, this is like why are all these different like control? It should be the same price. If it's $75 for a controller, it shouldn't matter if it's purple or if it's green or if it's black, if it's white, blue, camouflage. It should be a $75 controller. You know what I mean? And like I get, supply and demand thing, like, oh well no one's buying these colors, so it's a little bit cheaper, but I don't know. It's kind of fucked up. Yeah. But I appreciate y'all hanging out, even popping in for just a quick minute. 4 hours and 3 minutes live. Couldn't have done it without y'all. I do appreciate it. Yeah, because Fred and Jerry, man, before y'all started hanging out, man, Fred and Jerry, they used to, they'd be here the whole time. It'd just be me talking to Fred the whole time, trying to get other people to stop in long enough. Because as I'm talking to Fred, people would trickle in and out, whatever. But yeah, I'd catch, here and there, catch more and more people, slowly start building up. Hopefully it's still going that direction. I feel like it is. Definitely is, at least at this point. I don't know. It takes 28 days to really notice if it's not, you know what I mean? Because the way the analytics are, it like tracks 28 days at a time, pretty much. I don't know. But yeah, it's like for the last 28 days, it looks like it's actually been booming the last 28 days, to be honest with you. So thank y'all. Appreciate it. Like the community's almost doubled in size in the last 28 days. How you doing, Jared? Appreciate you popping back in. Hey, hey, hey. The community. So on Florida Swamp Monkeys channel, when you're here, you're kind of like a fucked up family. You know what I mean? Like a whole family of cousin its. Oh, you're fine, man. I know people got shit to do. I can't expect you to be here for like the whole 8 hour live. But try to work on it, okay? Try not to be late next time, okay? I'll let it slide for now. I'm just playing. No, but I do. No. Um, but yeah, I do normally I go live Mondays and Wednesdays. I go live at like 8 or 9. Yeah, depending on like it's 9. It's supposed to be 9, but depending on how the day is going, I might go ahead and make it 8. If I'm doing well, like I don't need to run that extra hour. And today it was bullshit. So I pretty much I said fuck it at like 6:30 and went live at 6:30 instead of going live at 8, you know. But yeah, Mondays and Wednesdays it's supposed to be like 9 o'clock. And then Saturdays it's 10, but I might make it 10:10, or I might make it 10:05, I might make it 10:15, you know what I mean? But yeah, like around 10 ish, you know what I mean? But I'll put it on the live. If it's at 10:15, it'll say it's at 10:15. I won't say it's at 10 and then show up 15 minutes later, you know. But pretty much, yeah. And then we got the Discord's coming off, starting to pop off a little bit too. So I'm like, I might make an announcement in the Discord or whatever, saying, "Oh yeah, going live. What do y'all think?" That kind of thing. Favorite holiday? The 4th of July. I don't know. Yeah, well, I mean, 4th of July is pretty cool. Especially like there's a really good parade or like a carnival or something. Because I do like a good carnival. I don't know. Favorite holiday? I don't know. I'm gonna say Benjamin Franklin's birthday is my favorite holiday. Hell yeah. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't want to say Christmas. I don't want to say Halloween. I don't really want to say 4th of July. You know what I mean? And it would be awkward to say it's like Labor Day or something. Like, my favorite holiday? Labor Day. I don't know. Maybe Thanksgiving. I guess. A lot of good food on Thanksgiving. I like the premises behind Thanksgiving. You know what I mean? It's a good day. I guess I'd go with Thanksgiving. Final answer. Yeah, I mean, you got Thanksgiving, and you got food for a week afterward. They'll be trying to get you to leave with so many leftovers. You're like, oh, I can't. I've already got 2 dozen cookies that I have to bring back that nobody wanted. So I gotta bring 2 dozen cookies back. I gotta eat those somehow. Yeah, it's like all the mashed potatoes are gone anyway. All the mac and cheese is gone. All the mashed potatoes are gone. You're trying to give me, I don't know what that part of the turkey is. what part of the turkey that is left that you're trying to give me? It's like, almost thought there was somebody in my back seat. And then I sit back, and then somebody's like right here. Oh. Oh man. Yeah, it was like a medium day today. It wasn't a hard day, but it felt like a long day. But since it wasn't a hard day, it wasn't really a long day either. That's what I said. It's kind of like a medium day. I hope y'all probably had like roughly the same experience. It was just like a medium day, you know. Overall, it was just kind of yeah, exactly. I'd take 1,000 medium days over one bad day, any day, and that's about what life is too. Like 1,000 medium days. Like if you're lucky, you might like maybe you have like one bad day a month. Like if you're lucky, it's all a perspective thing. But yeah, like like one bad day a month if you're lucky, and then all the rest of them are pretty much medium days. And then you have like maybe 4 days a year that are like really, really, really good days. I don't know, at least for me, at least. Some other people they might have more than just 4 good days in a year. I was almost saying something. Oh, yeah, that's the only thing, man. About like if I do the Appalachian Trail, the only thing I'm really worried about is this knee from sleeping in the car. Oh my God, this knee is giving me so many problems. I got like a trick knee going on now, kind of. And then this ankle is not the best. Like I can see, like you can hear it. I can make it do that pretty much. I can make it that noise, that I can make my ankle do that. It's just really bad arthritis in my left ankle, and then my right knee. There's like real bad arthritis in my right knee as well. And then they say chafing. Chafing is a really big issue that not a lot of people think about. Like you get out there and then you're like, oh fuck, I can't even walk anywhere. you know. But part of that is avoided just by showering every day. You find a way to shower every single day. It'll help you kind of keep yourself clean. Where chafing, you kind of minimalize chafing because you can only stop for so long to like let your body heal if that's going on. You got to keep going, and if you're not keep going, you'll run out of the funds to be able to do it. You know what I mean? 'Cause pretty much you give yourself an allowance while you're on the trail, right? Like have like $1,000 a month that you can spend while you're on the trail, and you don't try to spend it. You know what I mean? You try to maybe spend like 600. Live a little bit, but then not no don't break your budget either. And get to the end and you got money left over. But still, I think it's a good, if you like think about it in terms of like if you were lucky enough to take like a 5 or 6 month vacation from your job, right? You could go do the Appalachian Trail for like 5 grand, right? Or you could go to Disney World for like 4 days. You know what I mean? If you went, say you went to Disney and you went all out, like the park, you went to the hotel on the park, and you're going all out, and get 1 week at Disney, probably be like 5 grand, maybe 7, 10 grand. I don't know. I don't know how much you'd really be spending, but you go all out on a Disney week, right? Or you could do 5 months on the Appalachian Trail for like the same price or probably cheaper. You know what I mean? Like a 5 month vacation or like a 1 week vacation. You know what I mean? No, I'm kind of like talking like later on, like once Bitcoin's over 5 mil per coin, once Bitcoin's over $5 million per coin, then I'll just retire on the Appalachian Trail. You know what I mean? And just have like a certain amount that you withdraw from each month. I'd probably just be running leaden loans or something like that. Running off a leaden, get a loan, and then the following year recollateralize a smaller amount of Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? Basically, like right now, if you were to collateralize 0.05, right? You collateralize 0.05 Bitcoin, and you get like a $4,000 loan. We'll say it's an 80K. So you get a $4,000 loan for collateralizing that five. Um, but you wouldn't get a four. You'd be able to get a $2,000 loan for collateralizing the point 0.05. Um, but then the following year, because the price increases, you can then recollateralize 0.04. Right? You collateralize 0.04 to pay off the loan for the 0.05, get your 0.05 back. And then it might have went up enough that you make a couple $100 and change from this to that. But yeah, on the years that it goes down, you can't do that. You have to kind of be prepared for when that happens. But you probably could just like extend the loan or something like that. But yeah, getting a loan on like a 4 year time horizon would be the better way to do it probably. But then you have 4 years of interest when you go to pay it back. So I don't know. But yeah, like if Bitcoin outperforms Stretch, right? If STRC, which goes up at like a 10 or 11% dividend, if Bitcoin outperforms that because of how Stretch is backed by Bitcoin, it's like it's a machine for them to buy more Bitcoin with, basically. So like, I don't know. But yeah, Bitcoin, as long as it goes up by more than Stretch would, it's worth it to just keep doing that with Bitcoin. And I think in some years, you're gonna see more than just 10% increase. I think it's still so small we could see it double in 1 year from where it's at. You know what I mean? We could see 100% gain on Bitcoin in 1 year from where it's at right now. And then they're trying to say, oh, the bull market's over, whatever. Would a bank? Not yet. Wait, bank? Yeah, yeah, you can get a personal loan. Yeah, you could even collateralize something. Say if you got a boat or you got an old car, or say you want to put up a percentage of your house, even if you wanted to go that far into it, you know what I mean? You could get a $10,000 loan with your house as collateral. Take that $10,000 when the bank gives it to you, buy Bitcoin with it for a 4 year horizon, right? And in 4 years' time, sell 10,000 back out of that. Not, don't sell all that Bitcoin, but sell to pay back that $10,000 plus the interest on that. But yeah, your bank ought to give you a decent interest on a personal loan, depending on how much they give you, how high your credit is. But I bet they'd give you at least $1,000. You know what I mean? As long as you've had the bank for at least 90 days, they ought to give you $1,000 loan, unless you're just not making any money to put into the bank. But it doesn't seem like that. Um, but yeah, I'm sure a bank would give you, like, you just want the loan for personal reasons though. Don't maybe you could save for debt consolidation, depending on if they don't want to give you. But really, they shouldn't ask you too much further into that. Maybe you could say, I don't know, say for home improvements, or I don't know. But yeah, I'm sure they'd probably give you $1,000 loan at least. You could buy Bitcoin with that $1,000 and then lock it in at today's price. Um, which you kind of missed out. If you would have bought it a month ago, you could have got it for like 10% cheaper at least. I think. I'm not doing the math on there correctly, but I think it was at least 10% cheaper if you would have bought it a month ago. But still, $1,000 investment. Like a lot of people, they predict it's going to go to 1 million. It's just a matter of how long is it going to take to do that, right? Like it's going to 1 million. It's too mathematically poised to break $1 million per coin. But it's like, how long will it take? People buying and selling and trading, people collecting, and Wall Street buying into it, ETFs being created out of it. How long will it take before that happens is the thing. Is it going to happen in 5 years, or is it going to happen in 10 years? I don't think it's going to take 20. I think more on the 20-year horizon, you're thinking of, it going from 10 to 100 million, you know, but yeah, who knows? I think ultimately, once it's all mined out of the system, it'll finally mature. It'll be like fully matured because all of it'll be mined, right? Like once it's all mined, the volatility will disappear, and it'll just lock in at $1 billion per coin. And then, since there's 21 million of them, there could potentially be 21 million. If it was all divided evenly, 21 million people could have $1 billion. Like once all the mining finishes, you know what I mean? I think it'll be that obvious later on that the S symbol that we use. You'll probably heard me go on this spiel before, but like the S symbol that we use, there's so many zeros that are involved that they basically had to create another currency to get rid of those zeros. You know what I mean? Because now we're just, with the amount of inflation and everything that we're going through, we put so many zeros on that, with the S symbol, that's like bogging down the computer. So they've made another currency basically that we have to build it. It has to mature before, you can't, that amount of strength, that amount of power. Giving a bill, like if there was a bill that had that much power, there was $1 billion bill, right? That'd be, it'd be, there'd be wars fought over it, or you know what I mean, kind of case in point, like with Bitcoin, you know. But even like a $1 billion bill, I think, like it would take years to create, you know what I mean, kind of. I don't know, I don't, you know what I mean, it's two different things. But I think like a paper currency is more for like cavemen, like paper, passing paper back and forth to pay each other. That's like for cavemen, people that prefer to be paid in cash. I don't understand why. You want something that's been stuffed up a hooker's ass. or it's like it's got cocaine on it, or it's somebody could have there's blood on it. There's it's just dirty from the guy's hand, the guy that handed it to you. It's dirty. Like fucking and the weight involved with massive amounts of bills. Um, if every Bitcoin were the size of a quarter, right? Like granted, now they're digital; they don't exist physically. But if every Bitcoin was the size of a quarter, they would fit into one single shipping container. Um, and like the amount of bills that they print in a single year, I think fills like 20,000 shipping containers or something like that. The amount of bills that they print on an average year. But in the next 10 years, they print they like there's I don't know. But yeah, I don't know, dude. I think globally, we're moving to more of a global market, a global economy. So a currency that exists globally, that's international, I think is the way to go. Versus having your currency like leaving it in your own national sandbox. You know what I mean? But yeah, it could be a good investment. Yeah, because as soon as for me where I'm at, when Bitcoin goes back over 100,000, just 100,000 as like a baseline price. Once Bitcoin goes over 100,000, I'll be up like 3 grand. I'll be up 3 grand on the amount that I have. Just at 100,000 again. I would have already made 3 grand, which is basically almost 50%, like a 50% increase in the money that I put into it. Just at a and then it's probably not going to stop at 100 grand. If it goes back to 100 grand, it's going to go to 150 or a quarter million. And then I think that's where it's hitting some struggle at. Basically, what happened, it got up to an eighth of $1 million. It broke an eighth of $1 million, and then being worth an eighth of $1 million, it broke a million Chinese yuan, and then it breaking a million Chinese yuan at the same time. That's when it was like boom, like since October 9th, like it broke a million Chinese yuan. One Bitcoin was worth over a million yuan, right? So boom, the price has been fucked up since then. Like pretty much the moment it crossed, and I knew it was gonna happen before. Like I was like, oh man, because I remember telling people, I'm like, yeah, when it gets it's gonna be crazy when it gets up to being worth the a million yuan, because like $1 million will be next. A million yuan per coin is gonna be a pretty big feat. Because China's currency is not it's nothing to kind of turn your head to. It's still pretty strong. But yeah, if it's $1 million would be next. Kind of, it's a million yuan now. $1 million it's gonna go. But yeah, I think it crossed a million yuan, and then the price crashed. It went probably back all the way down to like 500 yuan, basically. But it'll get back. But yeah, like the more I look into it, the more I think like Satoshi had to been a group of people, because the ultra elite wealthy, like the say a Rockefeller or a Rothschild, or a descendant off of Epstein, or anybody that's like that wealthy, like you're more wealthier than a Trump, if or a Trump level wealthy, I guess, maybe even But I do think there's a class of people that are like above Trump even, like in wealth. But anyway, like I think those people are ultimately behind Bitcoin because they were they would have been the first ones there, and it would have taken a decent amount of investors and a decent amount of capital to create it in the first place. I think at minimum, since there's 21 million coins, they probably had like 21 million dollars put into that somehow. So each one of the coins is probably ultimately backed by $1. Like it has like a dollar. It has $1 value actually, or something. You know what I mean? If one way or another, I bet they had to have a certain number of investors to even like release the software. You know, and that's the other thing. Is like it's a currency that's a software. You know what I mean? Versus a currency that is physical, like analog. It's like it's literally it's a whole new technology. I don't know. People don't understand it though, which I get, because it's that far. It's that much of a leap forward. But yeah, but when it starts to click, it finally starts to like click in your head. It's like flipping from like AM radio to FM radio, or you know what I mean. It's like it's a significant difference. Like you're like whoa, you know. I don't know, man. Yeah, this is a nice church, man. They don't even have cameras. I don't think they do. At least I don't see them. And I don't think they'd have cameras that would be like super duper like spy cameras or something. You know what I mean? The cameras would just be like the little black orb cameras, like you know what I mean, the black like the plastic cover over the top and stuff. Little orb cameras where they can point them any direction. But yeah, there's no cameras on this church. That's it. Must be a pretty good church. Phone's about to fall. I feel like the phone's about to fall. I don't know. It's crooked or something. Ah, I don't know. 4.5 hours live. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. What time we got here? 11 o'clock. Not bad. 11 o'clock. Because I started live at like 6:30. Then wow, 6:30 o'clock. We've had what? We've had like four different Aura accounts pop in here. Yeah, it's a good night, good day, kind of like a medium day. It's not really rare to have a medium day. Oh no, or more or less is funny because it's like almost every single message he sends, there's a typo in it, and it's just like I don't know. Not that I'm really trying to like nitpick anybody's English exactly, you know what I mean? Because I'm not the best linguist, you know. But it's just kind of funny because it's like it's I don't know. Every message there's like something something didn't get typed out right. It's like you can tell it's or because of how the writing style is. But he does, it does. It's like it adds up to like way more chats. There's like twice as many chats when Or's in here chatting. So I kind of let him go for a little bit, let him have some fun. That's what he's here for. But like honestly, like I was thinking, like, because he wanted to bash me for being homeless. He's like, oh, they're just watching a homeless dude just sit in his car. It's like, but yeah, but like that's at least mildly interesting, right? Like if I was just like in an apartment, I'm just like sitting in my fucking recliner in my apartment, live streaming myself sitting in my recliner in my apartment. It's just like wouldn't even be that interesting, you know. This is at least like where's he gonna go, like I don't know. Had a dude call in sick, but boss called him and made him show up. They only let you call in sick if it's slow. That sucks. Like you get sick time, you accrue sick time, right? You got to be able to use the sick time when you need to. It's like the whole point of like accruing sick time. You should be able to use it whenever you're sick, right? So, like, they give you like a 40-hour week of sick time in a year. That's fair. You know what I mean? Especially if you're working 40-hour weeks for them, like 1 week a year, they ought to give you as sick time because people get sick. Like fuck. Like fuck. And then, you're not gonna try to take the whole week like it's a vacation. You're gonna save your sick time for like on the days where you're like, I'm too sick to, I don't want to go to work and then get five other people sick. Because there's some days you're sick, and that still happens. You still got to go to work. You know, even with the sick time, even if you're lucky enough that you have sick time that you can use, you still have to go into work and get other people sick. And it's kind of fucked up that they're too worried about productivity where that ends up happening. Like your health goes out the window, health and safety goes out the window because they're too worried about you showing up while you're sick. Because they've got to stay. Yeah, it's I don't know. I mean, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of this shit, man. It's a big fucking ass mess, and I'm not fucking cleaning it. I'm just trying to pick up after my own self. But at least he showed up and he gave you a hand. You know what I mean? He probably showed up and like worked like he was. He probably gave you like 50% of himself, if that. But at least he was there after 4 hours. That's the way it sounds. Like, yeah, he showed up at noon finally. But yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking about driving. I'll drive out to another city to do some Uber driving tomorrow, like a whole other city, which I'm kind of I'm a little nervous to do because I won't know where I'm at. Like like any direction is trying to send me, I won't know. I won't know the area at all. So I don't know if I should really be doing that, but I don't know. I'm thinking about it at least to make like a more interesting Uber video, like an Uber video where I'm over here today. I'm over here today. You know, gotta branch out and do some of it. I might go up to Savannah, Georgia to start, even though it's a decent trip to ride all the way up to Savannah, Georgia. But Savannah, Georgia, all the streets are really perpendicular. Like everything is fucking perfect straight lines, north, south, east, west. It's all like, it's real fucking beautifully mathematically drawn out city, you know. Um, so yeah, I think, like I could probably do it pretty well in Savannah. Like, just go around to, Savannah to do a couple, like 3, 4 days in Savannah, driving around delivering stuff, make a video about it, then I come on back down. It'd be a good little video, I think. And then do the same thing, go out to like St. Augustine, do the same thing. Then go out to like Tallahassee, do the same thing. You know, try to do one in Gainesville, try to do one in Orlando, try to do one in Clearwater. I don't know. But yeah, right now I gotta get the insurance payment, get that all covered out. Which I'm not doing too bad, man. I made fucking $500 payment on the card, so I need to make another like $600. Put that onto the card, and then it should be good. Should be good to go. But yeah, $500 payment, but I'm still actively using that card too. Like I use it, for gas withdrawal. But at least I'm taking use, by if I use it for $35 in gas, and then make $100 on Uber, that $100 usually goes back to that card. So it should ultimately plus itself back out. Doing it like that. But that's about what it gets me. Like with $30 in gas, I can sort of kind of convert it into $100. I don't know exactly how many runs that it ends up being, but you know, I put $30 in the tank last time, um, and I've got about another quarter of a tank now. Tomorrow I can start tomorrow with a quarter of a tank. I could probably run 3 orders before I need to stop to get gas. Cause I'm back, you know it, a VTO champ. Ooh, 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 ooh. Do the Monday symbol, or no, the hump day symbol. Hump day salute. No, I was thinking of that today when I made the thumbnail. I was like, I'm gonna do that like every time for the Wednesday show. It's gonna be a thumbnail of me doing this, blowing a horn or something. Assemble. See, like even this, like right, he comes in, and then there's technically a typo because he should have wrote "I'm back." Technically, like he just put back. The VTO champ. Like a voluntary time off from chemo. Okay. Voluntary time off from your chemotherapy. Okay. Yeah. 45 minutes. 45-minute warning. Once again, now, at 45, we are currently at 4 hours and 45 minutes live. And we're giving out a 45-minute warning till the end of the show. End of the show will be at 5 hours and 30 minutes. 5 hours and 30 minutes live. I'm going to go ahead and cut it, call it a night. So, 45-minute warning. 45-minute warning. If you haven't jacked off by now, it's about time. Oh, man. I'll have to go get a refill here soon. The VTO champ. Champion. The champion. Let's see, we'll do that again. Well, it's not going to work. No, it's not going to work. Oh, well. Shitty phone. Fucking bullshit. Rednecks with tattoos. 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 Oh, rednecks with tattoos. Oh, oh. Rednecks with tattoos. Rednecks with tattoos. Oh, so we kick it in the south. Rednecks with tattoos. Rednecks with tattoos. The beat of the song is rednecks with tattoos. Rednecks with tattoos. If I had a beat laboratory, man. How you doing? Welcome in. My name's Florida Swamp Monkey. Pretty good night though. Then if you're here, man, if you're here now, you're chilling, man. It's your first time popping in. You gotta show up for the Saturday show, man. Because the Saturday show, man, it gets lit. It gets lit. And I'll be pouring shots for everybody in the audience and shit, man. It gets lit. You need to be here. Anyway, man. We'd be taking like me and the audience, man. We would be taking body shots off each other on Saturday show. It'd be something to watch. It's pretty cool. Just come check it out. But yeah, man. You'd be surprised how many people like they're a van lifer or whatever. They live in their car and they drive for Uber. You'd be surprised, man. Like you wouldn't think it's an option. Just like hey, you can just like not pay rent. Right? I'm not saying don't work. I'm just saying just like don't have to worry about paying rent. I don't know. That's funny, man. Y'all are worried about the present rent, well then stop paying it. Just stop paying it. But yeah, it gets easier, man. It really does. That's what I'm out here to figure out a way that I can boil some noodles, man. But that'll come with the van. Get the van, get the solar power generator, and then I'll have enough solar power where I can like power up a stove. I think heat up some water to boil, and then put some pasta in there, and then fucking boom, put a can of Hunt's fucking spaghetti sauce on that bitch, and that's a meal, dog. You know what I mean? You need to fucking cut up a hot dog, throw that bitch in there. Fuck it, cut up like 4 hot dogs, put that bitch in there. Like a half pound of pasta. I boil it up a little bit, and then fucking open up a can of sauce and just pop the whole fucking can of sauce on that pasta. Fuck it. Really, half pound of pasta ain't that much, man. Fucking Michael Phelps, the Olympic swimmer guy. Michael Phelps used to eat like 8 pounds of spaghetti noodles a day or some shit like that. 3 pounds, a 3 pound plate of spaghetti for lunch, 3 pound plate of spaghetti for dinner, a 3 pound plate of spaghetti for breakfast. Like when he was like doing his training and shit. But yeah, Michael Phelps, man. He was that fast while being a stoner, right? While being a stoner, he broke records for swimming the fastest. He would have been even faster if he wasn't smoking. We all know it. I think it's the same thing with Usain Bolt too. I don't know for sure, but he'd probably be even faster if he wasn't smoking. But don't come around asking about your car unless you want to find out where the exit gates are. Because these are Florida swamp bucket. Y'all gotta hear that song. Woo! It's a party. No, but here shortly, man. We'll be having a party, man. That'll be a shirts versus skins football game. Yep. And a shirts versus skins basketball game going on at the same time. Be something for everybody to watch. Like an hardcore ECW style wrestling match. These guys hitting each other in the head with trash can lids. Back scratcher. What we got there? I heard the Easter Island heads, right? The Easter Island heads. They actually used to be a currency. They're an old ancient currency. Believe it or not. I'm just playing. Fucking Mitt Romney. God damn, man. It's like, well, no wonder he won. Oh, well, God. Well, no fucking wonder. Like on fucking Dazed and Confused, when like the sister was telling the little brother, he's like, I told them to take it easy on you, and he's like, God, no wonder they were after me. If you haven't seen Dazed and Confused, you gotta watch it, dude. It's like one of them cultural iconic films. Like, you know what I mean? I think it's where both Matthew McConaughey and Ben Affleck. No, well, Ben Affleck was in movies before that or something like that. But Matthew McConaughey, it was his very first film. It was a couple of them. Their very first film, um, which you probably have. Yeah, probably not talking to people that haven't seen Dazed and Confused yet. But if you haven't seen Dazed and Confused, fuck it, it's a sick movie. It's an older film, so you got to kind of get past some of the graininess in the picture. You know what I mean? But it's a good. They did a good film. It's still a great film. I would, you'd sit back and watch it for the hour and a half or however long. It's a trip. It's a trip to watch that movie. And they do a really good job of like bringing you into the atmosphere. The scene, the setting of the movie. But yeah, if you haven't ever seen it, you ought to. You got to. Dazed and Confused. But yeah, there's probably memes and all kinds of shit. If you haven't seen the movie, right? And like, there's all kinds of shit you've probably seen that you're like, oh, that's from that movie. That's once you see the movie, you'll be like, that's where that's from. Oh, that's that guy. I've seen that guy before. You know, uh, no cigarettes for Georgie. Yeah, man, it's cool. Everybody popping in, saying hello real quick. Appreciate it. Michael, appreciate you. That's what I love about these high school girls. Hell yeah. Man, who does it, man? Like, that they're like 18 and they're still in high school. That's perfect right there. Like 18, already working a job and in high school. I wanted to like memorize when he was talking about his car, right? He's talking about, it's like it's a 350 big block. You got 16 to 1 and 16 to 1 timing pistons, Edelbrock intake. He's talking about his car over and over. I was trying to remember that like whole paragraph that I could just bust it out. Like everybody drinking or something. Just talking about, hey man, let me tell you about what I'm running right here. 351 Edelbrock intake. 16 talking about some motherfucking muscle. Fucking VTO champ. VTO champ. Uh-oh. I got 11:36. I got enough time if I wanted to. I could go up to Taco Bell. Now hear me out. I could go up to Taco Bell. I could get something to eat. But the only thing is, I don't really want to. Almost want to order a DoorDash and Taco Bell delivered. And then tip the guy $1 and make Uber or DoorDash pay. Because I bet if I order on Uber and I tip $1, I bet they'll still pay the driver this time of night and everything. The driver probably still make like a $9 run. I tipped $1 somehow. That's usually what happens to me. Just purposely don't fucking tip. That way Uber has to pay more. Goddamn white man's knees. What am I supposed to do with these things? I might could. I don't know. It'd be funny if I'm logged onto the Uber app and then I place an order. I received the order. That'd be funny. That might be a slick way. I could end up making the $9 to run up there and get my own food. Is what you're saying? Like, granted, there's an upcharge involved with all of that, but I think it might cost me. I think it's like $6 for the Uber service. So if I get $9, I can make $9 to go grab my own food. That'd be nice. I don't know. So I think one of the only problems is, man, data entry. Like, the only problem is, I think it's gonna be really easy for AI to take your job. I don't know for sure, but I think it's gonna be extremely easy for AI to take your job. Um, because you basically all you have to do is, I don't know. Basically, it's just scan. You just scan the page. I don't know why they need someone to do data entry at all. Like, you know what I mean? Just take the page and scan it. Whatever page it is that you're entering the data in. AI will cover that here shortly. I don't know. It'd be crazy. All the jobs that AI could replace. That if they ultimately do replace too rapidly, that's the problem. think about all the jobs that AI could ultimately, especially after we get into AI a little bit more, and more trillions and trillions of dollars are spent in AI. Um, like Uber's like the third or fourth, like OpenAI, wherever the software developer over OpenAI. Uber's like the third largest company that has like a piece of their, I don't know, market revenue or whatever. The Baja Blast. Oh, the dirty. Have you tried Baja Blast Mountain Dew cream pie? They call it, I guess it's Mountain Dew dirty. That's what they call it here. Um, you know, cream pie is something else though, bro. You know that, right? I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I heard it was like somebody was drink. I want to try one, to be honest with you. But the guy was drinking it. He said it's like it's Mountain Dew, but then there's like just a bunch of cream at the end. It's like Mountain Dew, and then they cream the back of your tongue at the end once you swallow it. I was like, okay, but I can get what he's saying. Fucking dirty. Henry, are you Harry? Yes. Harry? Yes. Harry Balzania? Yes. Oh, okay. Let's just making sure. I don't know. I tell you, man, when the sun goes down on my side of town, that lonesome feeling comes through my door, and the whole world turns blue. But there's a rundown bar across the railroad track. There's even a table for two in the back. Um, I sit alone, and I think of losing you. Well, hell, I think I'm gonna run up to the store. I'm kind of hungry. I don't know, like I want a snack on something. I got a snack or something. I know that I'm not gonna be able to catch a snack at the convenience store. Too cheap, but I don't want to. It's fucking 16 miles to go up to Taco Bell and back. Let her warm up a little bit. But yeah, like I'm more interested in the car lasting me longer than like making more money. Making as much money as fast as possible. You know what I mean? Like, granted, yeah, it'd be nice. You know what I mean? But I don't want to be tearing up my car to be able to do that. You know what I mean? So it's like I don't know. I'm like at a crossroads between like the easier I take it on the car, the longer the car will last. So it's not always the best thing to go out and try to run around and make $100 a day out of the vehicle. gotta get up here to the snack zone. And then I'm almost out of fluid too. So. Yeah, that looks good. Oh no, whatever. All right. Alright, she should be warm. Lights on, lights on. Interior lights on. Yeah, I'm still waiting for the interior lights to come on. There they are. What did I just run over? Big ass bump. Big ass bump. Made it. That was the difficult part. Eddie Corvetti. YouTube, you're doing good. You're doing good, YouTube. Hang on, I'm gonna try it again now. Hang on. Resume, a picture. Do we have sound? Alright, got sound. We're doing good. Looking good. Underwear are on backwards still. Feeling good. Alright. Yeah, YouTube be slacking, man. I don't know, man. Like, I know why it kicked me off because of them. I moved the car. You know, me moving the car, it probably switched satellites or whatever, or switched towers or something. You know, towers probably switched because I moved my car. But then me coming back, and then the sound being fucked up in one, and then the video being fucked up in another. It's like, come on, man. I shouldn't have had to triple flush the toilet there. Yeah, you know it's truly diarrhea when you have to flush the toilet more than twice. I'm thinking I might just drive all the way up to Taco Bell, man. Just something to do. We're going up to the Circle K. As far as right now, I do need a drink. I don't know, man. It almost does kind of. I don't. That's a long drive up to Taco Bell. I'm gonna probably do it though. Gas is back over $4 a fucking gallon again. Come on, Trump. What the fuck you doing, boy? I'll come beat you with my own shoe, bitch. But yeah, I might as well go all the way up to Taco Bell. You guys got truck stops out there? Yeah, they're closer to the interstate. I'm about at 45 minutes from the interstate where I'm at. About, like, if I go south, I'm about 45 minutes away. If I go northwest, I'm about 45 minutes away. Yeah. If I stay on this road that I'm on, I can go all the way down to Tampa, though. I can go all the way down, I think this road will go all the way down to Miami. I'm not 100% on that. I'm in really, really bored land. There was nobody behind me, and then all of a sudden there's somebody like with their brights on, like trying to gain ground on me. This is a 24-hour. That's nice. I never thought it was. Should be. At least maybe they close at midnight. It's not. 24/7 market. I don't know. I just feel like it's a cop behind me. About to just pull over and let them go around. Local law enforcement. No, that's not the police. There's another car behind him that could be though. Going 56. I'm going 56 to 55, so it should be good. Living live, living live. Living live, living live. Living live, living live. Living live, living live. But yeah, I mean, that's the way I feel like too, man. Like the people that you're going 54 and a 55, something's up. You know, how many kilos you got on you? You know, it's like, why are you going 54 and a 55, bro? Like, you ought to be going 61, you know? But yeah, honestly, I'm with you. I think you blend in better going 61 and a 55 than you do going 54. Yeah, I don't know, man. They'll pull you over for any reason. Oh, it's still 389 there. I might have to get there early tomorrow. 389 a gallon over there. And they usually have some good gas, like it's higher quality gas. Your mom's buffering. Use the handbrake. Yep, I don't know. I use the handbrake in a car, and I use the foot brake on a bike. I don't know why. Yeah, is that a cop? Nope, not a cop. A Jeep Grand Parakeet. That's a weird looking tag. I know McDonald's just closed, but I'm thinking about going around their drive-thru just to fuck with them. Just go around the drive-thru and be like, hey, are y'all open? You guys open still? Taquito Cabela, and I'm here to say taquitos are special in a special way. Taquito Cabela. Ethelene. I'm gonna name my daughter Ethelene. I wonder if I get better knowledge if I name my daughter Ethelene. VTO champ. Hi there. I'm gonna get the Supreme Lux box, but I want to get that with a steak chalupa instead of the chicken.
All right.
And then no lettuce on that. And then easy on the tomatoes. And then the instead of the crunchy taco, can I get a soft taco? No lettuce on that either.
Soft taco, no lettuce.
Yes, sir.
All right.
And then the drink, I'm gonna do a large Baja Blast with no ice. Thank you, sir. And that's it.
All right. Would you like any sauces?
Nah, I'll be all right.
All right. It'll be $7.71 at the window.
Gotcha. Now here's a pro tip. Right, pro tip. He has to ask if you want any sauce. if they forget to ask if you want sauce, even if you did already put sauce on the order, whatever, like you online order or whatever, they have to ask if you want sauce. If they don't ask, tell them that they didn't, and then they owe you a free drink. They got to give you a free drink if they forgot to ask.
Hey. No eggs, right?
Yes, sir.
Right.
But they don't. Yeah, it's not like something they're like too open about. But
Maybe 771.
gotcha. There you go, sir.
Here you go.
Thank you, sir.
Give me just a minute.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, he wants the easiest job for AI to replace. Like, I want to drive a tractor because it'll take a while before an AI can replace a dude driving around on a field in a tractor. You know what I mean? I feel like it's gonna take a minute before. You know what I mean? You're still gonna need a guy in the seat, even if GPS is doing a lot. You know, even if GPS is doing like 99% of the work, you'll still need a guy in the seat, just because it's a farm. Any number of things can, I don't know.
Alright, here you go, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Have a good night.
You too, man. All right, another one for the collection. But no, I figured, man, I was like, I gotta go get a drink anyway. Should be all right. Sounds like I need another oil change already. I'm supposed to have another fucking 1,000 miles before I need an oil change, but it sounds like, it sounds like extra clunky, kind of, like I can hear the pistons rattling around more than they should be. Like it sounds like I got loose oil, basically. Like that oil's getting loose. It's not as thick as it was. I can hear it. I'm thinking from where I'm at, man, I might as well go down to the boat ramp. I don't know. I think it might be a pretty good play to go down to the boat ramp. Back where I come from, I'm in old Tennessee. Old white man has thousands and thousands and thousands of acres. Yeah. That's what I've seen a lot of in Ohio, right? Like I know Oklahoma was more or less the state where it was like 50 acres, go claim your 50 acres or whatever. But in Ohio, it seemed like there was a lot of that going on too. Like people that have like 20 acres, and then they're selling like a quarter acre off the edge. Each town. Whenever they need money, they're selling like a quarter acre of their land. Oh, he thought he'd delete it. Why not go to your reserved campsite? I don't know. It's just kind of a it's a distance thing, and then I don't know. It's actually not a bad idea. Now that you point that out, but it's loud out there too. There's the traffic blowing by, going back and forth, and with it being Thursday morning, like there's gonna be a lot of traffic between like 6 and 7 a.m. Oh god, I did it. But yeah, that time of morning, there's always this big ass fucking loud, dually trucks going up and down the street. That's why I like going over here because, like, this is where I plan on buying land, is over here. So I'm just like kind of camping out there before I bought the land, you know. Plus the drink station's there. If I, wake up, I need to go to the drink station, or oh, they're letting me go first. You can go first still. That was so nice of them. But yeah, if I needed to go to the drink station or something, but the thing with the campsite's kind of far. Because it was cheap. It just, like I said, it gave me, like, I reserved it in case I needed it. It's, I don't know. I can't explain it. I thought I was gonna need it more than I actually do need it. Like, it's nice to have it as like the backup. Like when, well, okay, this spot's blown up, that spot's blown up. Okay, well, cool. At least I still got the campsite. But the thing with the campsite is it's like 9 miles out. Like, even like the Taco Bell was like, it's like an 8-mile drive from where I was at to go all the way down to the Taco Bell where it was just at. It was like an 8-mile drive. Now I got 8 miles. I got to go back, right? But from that Taco Bell to the campsite, it would have been another 9 miles from that Taco Bell to the campsite. So roughly about the same. But then once I get out of that campsite, I'm nowhere near nothing. So it's like another 8 miles to get back up to a store or something. Like if I wake up in the morning and I gotta use the bathroom, I'm 20 minutes away from the store, kind of, sort of. Whereas the other spot, I'm more like 5 minutes away from the store. Like, to each their own. That might be a good spot. I need to get a better look at that during the day. That was a church off the main road. It's really like, there's like a car parked in the church parking lot. Like just one night. Nobody's gonna say shit. Especially if you're not like parked up like next to the building. It's not gonna look like you're trying to like break into the building or nothing, like your car's like on the lot and a decent ways away from the building. Ain't no one's gonna pay no attention to it. Dead end, nice. Dead end street, nice. How many houses? Not like a yeah, this is perfect. Oh my god, this is perfect. Yeah, this is perfect. The only thing that would make it any better is if I knew close enough attention to which direction I'm facing now. Then I'd be like, okay, yeah, let's angle our car like this. That way the sun's not gonna wake me up. But I forgot which way I'm facing. These curvy roads and shit. But yeah. Man, you're like stuck on that homeless thing, man. You gotta get past that, man. You'll never be anything but homeless if you're stuck on the fact that you're homeless. There's really nobody cares, man. You'll never be able to be. You're stuck on the one thing, man. Homeless. 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 And they still put a crunchy taco in here. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh no, this is the chalupa. Okay. And then bitches still put lettuce on it. Like, how are they so stupid, man? Fuck. Oh no, they didn't put lettuce on it. Alright, we're good. I don't know. Fucking, I don't know. Taco Bell's lettuce is weird. It's like, yeah, I wanted a bunch of grass clippings on my food. Like it could have been good, but then you put a bunch of grass all over it. I knew I could, man. Like one kid I knew, his parents disowned him when he came out as gay. He told his parents he was gay. His parents disowned him and threw him out of the house. And then well, you could already tell he was gay. You know what I mean? Like before he told his parents he was gay. Like if he wasn't gay, he was gonna be a really weird guy. You know? But yeah. Eating good in the neighborhood. It's like 10 cents. You get the Lux Cravings box. He's the VTO champion. Anytime they offer voluntary time off, he's got his hand raised. What do you mean? Like, why'd you buy it then? I don't even understand. What are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about the campground. Yeah, it's like a good backup spot. Like this spot, I found this spot. I delivered out here like 3 or 4 times, and I was like, oh man, this would be a sick spot. Especially this street. There's 3 houses on this street. I already drove past. I drove past 2 of them where I'm at. The road ends like at that person's driveway, but these other 2 people, they'll probably wake up in the morning and they'll just drive off and go straight to work. They probably won't even look this direction for the most part. I mean, they'll probably look this direction, but I'm up the street. I'm kind of very inconspicuous where I'm at for these two houses, so I really only have to worry about this one. You know, and then these houses, they're big. These are some big houses. Like these are probably $750,000 houses. These people, they might not even have to get up to go to work tomorrow. You know what I mean? They're already working AI instead of working or something. They're like the people living in these houses, they're not plumbers. You know what I mean? And that's the funnier part. You know what I mean? Like you get an $800,000 house, and then you like homeless guy living right across the street in his car for free. No, I don't imagine these. It's like literally, I could, if it was brighter, I could show you these houses. They're fucking huge houses. This whole neighborhood is. I mean, they're not $1 million properties, but they're like almost. A couple more years of inflation, they will be. I mean, you're not going to have the square footage that these houses have on top of the amount of land that these houses have without it being like worth at least a $500,000. Volunteer. Is that what you got? You got a multi-million-dollar plumbing company or something? You're the plumbing company that works. You help unclog the drains for Bubba Gump Shrimp Co. nationwide. I could imagine you doing something like that. You're the guy that sucks out the toilets at the Bubba Gump Shrimp Co. Hell yeah, that's a respectable job. Like what I kind of want to be, I want to be like, if you ever been to a water park, I don't know if you have. Well, hopefully you got a water park somewhere nearby. You've been to one. But the guy that's like the lifeguard on the lazy river, yeah, that's my job. Oh yeah. Yeah, because I'm imagining these houses right here. I'm imagining these houses on these 5 acre lots that they're on. That's my imagination. Where'd you get these nuts out of your mouth? Oh, dude, there's dudes. I've literally fucked their daughter. I've literally fucked their daughter. You seem to care about me more than they do. No, I'm gonna do that. Because then he'll just go and start commenting on everything. Because I'm the VTO champ, motherfucker. I'm the VTO champ. You thought you was the VTO champ. Yeah. People like that. People like that. It's like I wish we could slap like one person a day without getting an assault charge for it, right? Like if somebody's doing something stupid or somebody insulted you to the point where like you got like one slap every day, and I think it'd make it a little, some things would be a little bit more pleasant, because people would like, oh shit, maybe they haven't slapped anybody today, maybe I should keep my mouth shut, you know. We'd all be afraid because we're all like legally allowed to slap each other in the face at least just once, though. The second slap, that's assault. It'd be nice though. And, like idiots like that, man, they would have been slapped their whole fucking life. Myself as well. You know what I mean? Not trying to disclude myself from that. But yeah, we're chilling, man. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I was looking at the damn email thing and the fucking email thing, and I don't know. It was giving me an update about my package or something. I don't know why they're looking at my package this time of night, but well, I'm like still hungry. Something's up with that. There's no way. There's no way I spent that much money on food today and I'm still hungry. No, I'm trying to avoid going all the way out to the back of that one neighborhood because that's usually what causes it. I figured the closer I can be to town, the better the signal will be. Where I'm at right now, me being in this neighborhood, I'm still kind of in town. Like, I don't know. I'm like, I probably should go up one more street or something like that too. No, I'll be fine. I don't know. These could be better. They're like, I don't know. They're good, but they don't quite have enough cinnamon sugar on them either. They're like, I don't know. Sorry, I didn't mean to make y'all hungry. I feel like part of my viewers left because they were like they went into they went to go make something to eat or something. We had like 7 people watching. That's why I think I made everybody hungry. They left. Gonna go make some ramen real quick. Oh man, almost 6 hour live, 6 hour live stream. Here we go. We're crossing the mark. 6. Do the ritual to summon the dragon. Oh man. Okay, there it is. I thought I lost my lighter for a second because I only have the one lighter. I was gonna freak out. Normally I got like 5 I have a 5 pack of lighters, and then I'll throw 4 of them in here. But I've been using all the lighters. Luckily, the smoke shop I go to, I get points for buying smoke, right? I get points for buying smoke, and then they give me a free lighter every now and then. So that's what I've been doing, and just be getting a free lighter. But I need to buy another 5 packs. That way I've got like an emergency one because it does take a little minute to make the points where I can get a free lighter. Usually the lighter's almost dead before I've got the points to be able to get the next lighter. But it's almost like you buy enough weed that you get free lighters, right? That's kind of cool. Software update ready to install. Oh man, I tell you, I mean, I need to do an underwear update. You know what I mean? But yeah, there it is. 6 hour mark. Oh, and the light goes out. There we go. That's it. That's the signal. Well, I gotta go. My wife Deborah's giving me the signal that it's time to go. most obvious hand gesture. I think we're good. Bugs aren't going nuts. But anyway, 6 hours and 30 seconds live. I'm gonna get some rest because this spot I'm still not quite sure about. So I got an alarm that goes off at 7:30. Pretty much when that alarm goes off at 7:30, I'll get up and move, go on down the street somewhere else. But I'm gonna get a little nap in between now and then. Appreciate y'all hanging out. It's been a pretty good hump day hangout. And I'll see y'all tomorrow for the Thursday treetop talk. So Thursday night, Thursday night treetop talk. Hopefully, hopefully I'll be on the new phone. Hopefully, and if not, then we're gonna do the Saturday night or the Friday night freak show, right? The Friday night freak show, I'll have the new phone. Like I should 100%. I gotta once I close this, once I close this live stream, I'll be able to check and see where the shipment is. But it's supposed to be here tomorrow by 8 p.m. So I'm hoping it'll be here more earlier in the day. I can have the phone and have it set up by like 2 o'clock. Yeah. Anyway, tomorrow, Thursday night treetop talk, and then on Friday night freak show. All right. Anyway, I'll see y'all then. Hopefully, keep it safe until then.